Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome to our coverage of Day 2 from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club in the County Championship, the Vitality County Championship, and I'm afraid, as we can see, the cover is on. Thankfully, however, the additional covers protecting the square and the bowlers' run-ups have been removed by the ground staff. We are in for a delay, but potentially not too long. We're looking at an 11:30 start here for this second day, with Lancashire 344 for 8 in their first innings. The players are out and about warming up with the view to starting at 11:30. That will mean there's no overs lost. We'll be able to get a full day, full 96 overs in with an 11:30 start. There is a little bit of light drizzle just starting to fall, but it's not sufficient yet for the players to kind of retreat back to the safety and the warmth of the dressing room and the pavilion. So they're still staying out there and warming up, even though there's a little bit of drizzle around, and we're looking at an 11:30 start for this second day. A very warm welcome to our viewers across Lancs TV, and we're on the BBC Sport website and app as well. Scott Reed, David Lloyd, Callum Flynn and Dave Bracegirdle with you through the course of the next few hours. Bumble's alongside me. Morning, Bumble.
Yeah, good morning. There is a bit of drizzle. The other thing is that they're not putting the big covers back on, so the ground staff must think that this little bit of drizzle will drift away. And they are very bullish in saying that once it stops raining, it won't start again and we'll get a full day's play. It's chilly, and when you look at this sort of weather with a cloud around, it's a Jimmy Anderson day. We didn't see him at all yesterday, did we? But I'm sure we will today.
Well, if it's potentially a Jimmy Anderson day today, it was certainly a Keaton Jennings day on the first day, wasn't it? He battered superbly.
I thought he was outstanding. 183 and he's not out, so they're looking to carry on. There was a thought, I wonder if they'll declare, but in his interview last night he said that they'd look for this next bonus point and get as close to 400 as they can, so they're going to carry on. He's got every chance of getting a double 100. I would say that he is a vastly improved player. He played for England, scored a couple of hundreds, averaged 25. He's a far better player now, and that's his 4th century, I think, in Championship cricket this summer or this season. And so, he should have aspirations and ambitions that he could play Test match cricket again.
Having spoken to him through the course of this season and the last few years now, he's been at Lancashire. Obviously, the older he's getting, the wiser he's getting, the more experience he's got. And you mentioned about him looking like a different player now than perhaps he was when he made his test debut and played his final test match. Is that just a direct result, Bumble, of experience, of knowing your game, of being more kind of assured?
I think it's exactly that. And, with experience and analysing the problems that he may have had. And I mean, players, if he says that I've averaged 25 as an opening batter, so I've got to go away and do something a little bit different. What he's done different, he's a much more fluid player now. I recall when he played for England, he's very tall, and I thought he was quite mechanical. Now, he's not that sort of player now. He bends into the shot. The number of times that he advances and shimmies down the pitch to meet the ball defensively, he doesn't usually play a big shot when he comes down the ground. So I think he's got a more rounded game, knows his own game, and that is so important that, you get lots of young lads, and there are exceptions. You get somebody like Harry Brook or Joe Root who'll come in and they'll know the game. And sometimes you've got to work your own game out, go away and think, right, I need to improve. And I think he's been clever enough to do that.
Yeah, 183 not out is what he'll resume on when hopefully we're underway at 11:30. No Lancashire batsman has ever carried their bat here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, so that could be a little bit of history for Keaton Jennings. And he joins a small group of Lancashire batters to have scored 2 centuries here at Southport and Birkdale. One of them being the man next to me on the way to my left-hand side. So he's certainly in some fine form as the Lancashire captain. With regards to how the game's shaping up, last week at Canterbury, in very different conditions, mind you, there was a clear intent from Lancashire that they wanted to bat once, to go big in their first innings and only bat once. In terms of trying to win this match, and Lancashire need to take 20 wickets to win this game, how do you see that shaping up over the course of the next few days?
Well, they've got the tools, they've got the conditions also, and the talk is that this pitch won't get any better. Both teams are playing 2 spinners, so they'll be expecting it to break up and assist spin bowling down the line, but also in these cloudy conditions, Lancashire have got the bowlers to exploit these conditions, and I'm sure that at 3:44 for 8 and looking to just kick on a little bit more, that will be the thought, that if we get right into Nottinghamshire and get them out in that first innings and push on to take 20 wickets, having won last week at Canterbury and they needed a win, they'd had a real poor start to the season, so stranger things have happened, that if they get a win from this game, it'll propel them up the table. And then you start looking as to where can we go. Surrey are right at the top and they're the best team. If they falter, can Lancashire put a string of results together, because they've got the players to do it.
Lancashire's side today made up with that extra, for this game, made up with that extra bowling option. They've gone for 2 frontline spinners in Chris Green and Nathan Lyon, and then you've got your seamers, haven't you? Bailey, Williams, Anderson and Balderson. Today in particular, and actually the forecast for tomorrow is not too dissimilar to today. That feels like yes, with the benefit of hindsight and with first innings runs, that feels like a really good attack to go into this next couple of days with.
Yeah, they've got everything that they need for these conditions. It'll be all eyes on the pitch, and the other thing about the pitch, we've been here since about 8:30 this morning. It's been covered all the time, so it'll been sweating a little bit, and I doubt whether it's been cut yet, so it'll have to be cut and rolled. The conditions are absolutely perfect, and it would have crossed his mind, Keaton Jennings, to okay, let's have a ball straight away, but they'll be looking to ball them out twice very, very quickly. So get your runs. And the other thing that he'll have thought and reasoned, these conditions are not going to change. So we'll bat on, get as many as we can, and then get down to work with the ball.
Right, so we're about, in theory, half an hour away from the start of play. We're still looking at that 11:30 start time, even with a little bit of very, very light drizzle falling in the last 5 or 10 minutes, but the players have wrapping up to a degree their preparations. The ground staff have removed the covers from the pitch, so we see the pitch for the first time today, so they'll get to work on preparing that for an 11:30 start. No overs due to be lost, so a full day in play is a real possibility. Hopefully we don't get any more interruptions. If we do get any more interruptions after an 11:30 start, we're going to start to lose overs in the course of this second day, but fingers crossed we get lucky with the weather. There is a suggestion that we might get the odd shower. That's just the way it potentially is going to be over the next few hours, but fingers crossed. Enough cricket to see this game kind of progress further, and hopefully Lancashire into a really strong position by the close of play on day 2. So 344 for 8, Jennings 183, Lyon on 8 is what the Lancashire side will resume on at 11:30. We'll be back with you just before that 11:30 start time. In the meantime, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the opening day. In the rain today. Stone in to Jennings. It's angled away down towards third man. That'll run away for 4 runs. Played nicely by Jennings. So, some good games. Jennings on the walk here. Advancing towards Stone. He'll get 4 more. A step or 2 down the pitch. To Jennings, who's on the walk, and then just glances that away off his hip down towards the fine leg boundary. Away it goes for 4 more runs, and Jennings moves on to... There's Stone back in, bowling to Jennings. Timed nicely away behind square on the leg side. And over the rope it goes. 4 more to Jennings.
Wells on strike, and bowled him. Terrific bit of bowling by Dane Patterson, and there is the breakthrough. Notts have got the first wicket. Wells has been cleaned up by Patterson. Somewhere really we know, is that?
Yeah.
Short, pulled away, lovely connection from Keaton Jennings, and the ball has run up the advertising boards, which is as always. It's Patterson in once more, and Bohannon's gone after that, drives it into the offside and through the offside, past the diving Jack Haynes, and Stone played 3 test matches himself, and this one forced through the offside by Bohannon. Just can't quite see the rope, but I think it's gone.
Pitch was a little bit slower and he should have come up earlier.
His delivery is cut through the offside. Nice looking shot from Bohannon. Doesn't even venture a pace or 2 down the track now. Fixtures here. Ollie Stone comes in and he's gone for the square cut and makes a lovely connection, lovely sound off the bat there. Josh Bohannon cutting this away for 4.
Oh, he's edged it this time, and Clark makes no mistake.
Well, here's Dylan Pennington looking for his first strike of the day into Keaton Jennings. He's going to get runs here. He's going to get 4 of them, I think. Just clips it through the leg side. There's no protection out there. Patterson to conclude the over, and Lancashire get off 71 with a lovely square cut for 4. He's just been waiting for that. Well, here's Patterson into bowl to Keaton Jennings, who pulls this one away onto the leg side. In the air, it's gone all the way for 6. Well, that would have been a delivery that would have been...
Meanwhile, it's Ollie Stone again, and Jennings driving that imperiously straight back past the bowler. Nobody had a chance of getting anywhere near that in recent years. It's flicked off his legs just for a single. That'll bring up his 50. All played innings as well so far from the Lancashire captain, who raises his bat to the capacity crowd here at Trafalgar Road. flirts at that, does George Bell. It's wide of the off stump, but it gets him off the mark with a rather streaky boundary down to third man. He'll be pleased to get off the mark, but maybe not so pleased with the way he's done it. Scurries up to the pitch again, and Jennings meets him. A couple of strides, didn't quite time it, but it's got straight back past the bowler without luck. There he is in again. Jennings crashes this through the covers, through extra cover. A bit too much width on the ball, a bit too full.
Pennington wicketless on the day he's been called up to join the England party, and he drops this one on the pads of Bell. Sorry about that. Next delivery. He's edged and caught. Pennington's got his wicket, nicked to slip, and the safe hands of Calvin Harrison. Gobbled up by his standards, a very easy one. 12 for 3, short. Jennings will larrup this away on the leg side for 4. This delivery is chipped onto the leg side straight to Ollie Stone. That's a tame wicket given away there, just pushing at the ball and just lobbed it up straight into the hands of Stone. Like I say, you don't often see him fielding at mid-wicket.
Bonds of Ellswick with the Caterers. Yes. His Balderson flicks that off his pad. It's gone away fine. And will beat fine legs, and that's 4. High action again, edge this time, past third slip. And this will run away quite quickly. Successive boundaries then for Balderson. There he is, he steps up again. Too short this time, and punched away by Balderson. That's a good shot. Up on his toes, waited for it, and has cracked it through extra cover for 4. Short, not quite got hold of it, but enough on it to get it away down to fine leg. That's going to be 4 more. It's a poor ball from Harrison.
You were there?
Liam Patterson-White bowls, and Keaton Jennings comes down the track, lofts it. I think it's gone one bounce. He has 1 or 2 bounces over. Stone comes in again, once more on the pads, tucked away. At least a couple here, and in fact there won't. There'll be another boundary. That's the problem, isn't there? There's just one man down it.
Yeah. Down the pitch comes Jennings, hits up back from where it came from, bouncing up towards the sight screen. And 4 more for Jennings. And on the walk, he's Jennings, clipped away down towards fine leg, and that'll reach the boundary for 4. There's a fine leg fielder, there's a twirl of the bat and settles back into his crease. Keep crouching down behind the stumps. Down the pitch he comes, hits it back over the bowler's head. Running down towards the boundary at long on, all the way for 6.
He can go again if he wants, and he does.
He goes for 6 more. Probably even bigger this time. That's in towards the trees again, I reckon. Little hedgerow separating the ground from the houses. 6 more for Balderson. Patterson to Jennings. Driven for 4. Lovely shot. Takes him within 1 run of 100. 99 not out, brings up. Waits for Pennington, who's in and bowls. This'll be it. Run away towards deep backward point. The century number 4 of the season for Keaton Jennings. Patterson to Balderson off the back foot. Edged, gone. Patterson strikes. Good low catch. In and bowls. Look, it's shot off the back foot by Chris Green, beautifully hit to the left of mid-off, where Hamid scampers after it.
24 for 5, and this one's short and punch through the offside. A back foot punch from Green for 4. 4 carriages on that one, and one comes the other way now. Then it's the pad and given, and Lyndon James has got a wicket. Got Chris Green. It was nice and full, wasn't it? And just had a little look on the monitor there. And James again is doing a good holding job here. Say that, opens the face, there's Tom Bailey, and just guides this down to the unprotected third man area. Pack slip Corden. Snackled down the leg side and tickled away for 4. That's an error in line. Bit of a clubbing. Pennington bowls hot. Pushed through the offside. Another nice bit of timing from Bailey. Saw him play one of those earlier. That's very, very nice indeed. Gets a boundary through the offside, and Lancashire crossing the country to play for Lancashire is Ollie Stone to bowl for him, and again slammed through the offside. He's been at the non-strikers end for a while, and there's another one that's hit the road. Stone Stone in again to him, and he's gone again, this time straight down the ground for 4. It's almost the latter stages of a 50-over match this, Dave. Jennings has won the last 2 rounds and goes again. That's 3 in a row. This one's wide of the off stump again. A comfortable height to be not that square cut, but Jennings drives this elegantly. That really was a lovely shot. Again, advanced out of his crease to Dylan Pennington and just dismisses it from his presence through the off. Stone starts a new over, and well, he slammed this through the offside. There's Tom Lote, the sub-fielder, and that's a boundary. Again, a run of 3 boundaries. In comes Stone again. He's gone after this, and he's hit this many a mile onto the leg side, and that's gone out of the ground for 6. There's 1 or 2 looking to clamber over the fence at the far side, seeing if they can see in the bushes where it might have landed.
For Lancashire. Here's Pennington. Edged, gone. Williams out. 3rd ball for Naught. Edged behind to Clark. He takes a good catch.
He wants to play for Lancashire if he does.
Pennington to Jennings. Hammered away. Back over the ball with his head. Down towards the boundary. 1 bounce from 4 to bring up the 150 for the Lancashire captain. He does like batting here. Chipped away 8 wickets and looking for a 9th now. Jennings, he's going to ramp this over his shoulder. Down towards the boundary, and it's 6 more.
It's Lyndon James with 3 of the wickets. Bowls to Jennings, and again that's gone down the ground. A big blow.
Final ball of the day. And that's turned out towards the leg side by Keaton Jennings. And it is 6 dot balls to end the day.
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that? This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton, and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's not devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Certain bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of the thing that was just over last year. Some people say they're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite! Gone! When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's safe. What a moment. He don't play.
Well, a real suspect instinct from Hagen's Fair Brothers.
Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd. Been a really wonderful game of cricket. That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Salt. It's into...
We are in a hard world of professional elite sport.
And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. We are back again.
It isn't a nice Sunday school tea party. There are no hiding places.
It's another monster hit for 6.
I know we are good enough, but we're just not showing it on the pitch.
You put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. Doesn't work like that, does it?
It means so much. It means so much to me, the staff and everyone in it.
A few wins put together, maybe they could actually reach finals day.
Well, that's a ferocious looking shot.
We don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity.
You're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The reality dawns, that is what professional sport is.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents Let's see what they have in store for us. What is the story of the Mestoria Group?
It actually started in 2008, had two buy-to-let properties. So I was dealing with an agency. I was really getting frustrated. And in 2009, I decided to start my own accountancy firm, property company and estate agency, which was named as Mestoria, and that's how we started.
Sounds a pretty dynamic, exciting company, to be honest.
It is. We're going places. We have all sorts of different things that we actually do. So we deal with sales, we deal with rental properties, HMOs, where a lot of other agencies like to stay away from. Overall, every person that works in each of the teams are determined to make it a success, and that's what we like about Mestoria.
You offer basically a one-stop shop for landlords and tenants?
Very much so, yeah. I think we're quite unique in terms of an agent because we do a bit of everything, really. Whichever element of property you're interested in, we've pretty much got somebody within the business who can help you.
Each and every person that we have on our team has seen, if not all, the worst. So we could advise people what to avoid, so people could learn from our experience. We are happy to lead people or guide people. We are happy to teach people what to do.
It feels as though you've got a very sort of family-orientated type of value system.
I always believe it's a farm attitude. We need to, not a hunt attitude of doing a quick sale. We have to build a relationship and ensure that the person wins at the end. Because of that, we will win as well. It's a mutual beneficial relationship. I want to be conscious that we go that extra mile to ensure that we have done our very best for the person who has sought our advice in their property journey.
I think the pace of the women's game and how far it's moved and how quickly it's moved is absolutely phenomenal. And I think not many people would have ever envisaged that it could have moved the way that it has done.
So you would never imagine seeing that type of crowd for a women's match when I used to go and watch Thunder play Blackpool in the KSL.
Just to see the growth of the game, it's a super exciting time.
Been here at Emirates Old Trafford in the indoor school over the winter. The first time ever as a women's team we've been able to have a really good training block here.
Today there's huge misogyny in cricket. There's huge casual sexism every single day.
I guess it's pretty entrenched. Women's cricket wasn't really on the agenda.
Problems in cricket are being dominated by a very sort of small pool of white men, basically.
I think it's pretty clear there's a huge funding gap. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
As females, we don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity, and that's what we're getting now at Lancashire.
Okay.
I'm recording, so...
Nice. 3, 2. The Charlotte Edwards Cup begins on Sunday, and it's going to be a very exciting competition.
It's a massive competition, you know, especially for our Thunder girls as well. After, you know, a relatively quiet showing in the 50-over competition, I think the coaches will be really pinpointing this competition to do something.
So the Charlotte Edwards Cup is our T20 domestic competition for our regional team.
Obviously named after the great Charlotte Edwards, who's strangely a coach in the tournament, so she's playing for her own name.
It's a round-robin competition, so each team plays each other once.
Then the top 3 get through to a finals day where top of the group go straight through to a final, and second and third play off in a semi-final.
I think, in a way, this season coming up could be quite pivotal for Thunder. I think they're at a point where they're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The pressure's there at the end of the day. You know, we're putting in significant investment from the likes of Hilton and Sports Breaks, and the club are over-investing over and above what the ECB are putting in as a regional programme, and which to a level more than any other team. I mean, we're trying to develop a professional elite environment.
The fact that it is so much more visible, that people know they can make good careers from it now, will engage the teenagers and even younger women than that to really get involved in the sport and drive it forward, which is an exciting thing for all of us involved.
A lot of teams were looking at us going, wow, they've been on this amazing pre-season tour. What are they going to be like?
Emma Lamb on strike.
You'll need 2 or 3 individuals to step up, and you need the team to function effectively as a unit.
Deandra Dottin tries to sweep, but completely misses, and the stumps are rattled.
With that investment and with that support comes increasing expectations.
Should be a catch here, straight to extra cover.
Maybe there's an element of trying to run before you can walk a little bit with it.
A big swing here, and this time she does connect. 1 bounce, and it's gone for 4. There's a fielder underneath, put down.
Actually, that motivation going into a new season is always really exciting and can set you up as a group to really start performing.
Prendergast will go for the single, shot at the stumps, and miss. And Western Storm are home.
And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford Thunder team against the Blaze here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Kirsty Godden balls down the pitch comes lead and chipped right up towards mid-off, and Emma Lamb's got.
What do we think is going wrong? Why aren't we winning these early games, you know? And there wasn't any one thing that we could put our finger on.
Ball, and she's looking to ramp that. It could be LBW. It is LBW. Threlkeld has gone. She's gone for 22.
Returns for her 4th and final over. And Eccleston chips the ball back over her head, and Kelly takes the catch.
Because ultimately, when you're playing at an elite level, then that pressure exists. You know, whether the additional funding is there or not. The reality dawns that that is what professional sport is.
Overcrossing and balls. That's chipped up towards mid-on. But not Thunder's day in the second match. This will be the winning runs.
So I think there's an element of you put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. It just doesn't work like that, does it?
The better team, the stronger team across the pitch won the match.
Good for you, Scott.
Okay. Well, Paul, what's your thoughts on today?
Yeah, it's disappointing, obviously, to lose the game.
Paul Horton with me on commentary for a bit today, and he said that it looked like a team that's not won all season against a team that's actually played quite well this season. Would that be a fair summary?
I think that's fair, yeah. I mean, we probably lacking a little bit of confidence at this point in time.
Yeah, you're winless, obviously, so far this season in the Rachel and in, obviously, 2 matches in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. How disappointing is that? There was kind of a lot of optimism coming into this season, I think.
Yeah, look, we're disappointed. There's no doubt about that. That's the game, isn't it? And what we've got to do is we've got to keep building belief in the players and be ready, work hard and work smart and be ready come Saturday.
We always joke about Crosby having its own climate as well. Like every time we come, the weather's nice. First thing on a Sunday morning, it's like so quiet. Like it's early, but there's like nobody here. The first time we brought Maisie here, she thought the statues were real people, and then I was like, yeah, so did Charlie. Don't live far from here and grew up playing at Rainford Cricket Club in Liverpool Comp, which is all because of my brother, really. So, brother played both cricket and football, and I did the same because of him, really. So, opportunities-wise, I always just played boys and men's stuff, really. Yeah, it was brilliant, and Rainford they give me all the opportunities that they could, and played a little bit at school as well. And then obviously got picked up in the Lancashire setup from sort of nine onwards. So yeah, played for many years, coming through the age groups, which was all women's stuff. I'm Ellie Threlkeld, wicketkeeper, batter and Thunder captain.
Oh, Ellie Threlkeld, an amazing skipper, fastest hands in the Northwest and in the whole country, I'd say. So I think behind the sticks as a wicketkeeper, she's a phenomenal talent.
You can't look past the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld. I think she's been brilliant over the last few years, you know, taking on the reins as skipper. It's never an easy job, especially with a young group like we've got.
She's, you know, a formidable individual. She's still so young and she's got such incredible leadership skills.
Ellie's great. Ellie is what we're about at Thunder. And it's challenging for her in terms of the pressure of keeping, captaining, batting in top middle order as well. So she's got a lot of pressure on her shoulders as well.
Played for Lancashire since the age of 9, I think, so a very long time. I've been part of the Thunder setup for 3 years now when it first was created. One of the first to receive a professional contract in 2020. And yeah, I've been part of the setup ever since and became captain 2 years ago. So yeah, this would be my second season in charge. It's something I've always wanted to do. I think I've done it a lot at age group cricket. When we found out Alex Hartley was stepping down, it was not really talked about a lot for a long period of time, and it was sort of myself, Georgie Boyce, a couple of other players were getting opportunities to do the leadership roles on the pitch, and it was mentioned to me that it might be possible, and I sort of gave it everything from my end and said I really want to do it. But yeah, I remember the moment Shawsey told me, and I just couldn't really believe it, to be honest. I think obviously I was only 23, and yeah, it's pretty young to be able to do it, and I think since then I've done everything I can to sort of get better and to try and impact the group as much as I can. I think a captain in cricket does have a lot of responsibilities. There's decision making, obviously there's a lot of input from a coaching team beforehand, but on-field decision making of if the game plan's not going quite how you wanted it, who's coming on to bowl next. You've got a foot in both camps in a way that you're working with the coaches around selection, and then you're also part of the team like everyone else. All the support we're getting from Lancashire is absolutely brilliant. Hilton have been amazing, and yeah, likewise other sponsors have as well, and I don't think we'd be able to be going on pre-season tours and funding extra professional players without their help, but there becomes a point where, yeah, we've got to give back as a team, and all the support we're getting, it's got to translate to results on the pitch.
Hello. Hello. How are you? Very well, how are you? For ages. I know.
The women's game, the growth has been magnificent, really. I think it's been a rapid pace of change, but it's also on a journey where you kind of just know it's still got so much further to go.
The game will only get better in quality if women can be given the opportunity to have 12-month contracts, to train in the way that the men do, to completely focus on cricket, and that it's the money. Sadly,
we needed to do more. We wanted to do more. I think one of the things that we've always been guilty of is wanting to run before everybody else wanted to walk. You know, we can go and drive additional commercial sponsorship, but we need some more from the governing body. The governing body can achieve that if it actually recognises that by going and doing a broadcast deal or getting a big title domestic sponsor for the Charlotte Edwards Cup trophy, that would be game-changing, because that would fill that gap that would enable the women's pro structure to pay what it needs to pay and do what it needs to do to really compete and grow.
I think in terms of where the women's game is right now, I think we're only scratching the surface of the potential actually, and I think it's going to take a real collaborative effort across the whole of the professional game network. So that's all of our partners, so that's whether it's the first-class counties, the national counties, commercial partners. It really does have to work together in a cohesive way to sort of rise the whole tide.
We are, as the ECB, over-investing in the women's game at the moment relative to the direct commercial returns that we create from it. That's partly because we believe it's just the right thing to do, because ultimately where we're trying to get to is a self-sustaining economy where we build the audience, we create the value, we're able to pay players what we'd like to be paying them.
Stop treating the domestic game as a performance sport. It is a commercial elite sport. There will be a way of doing that if there's a will.
In terms of women's domestic cricket, we are very much in our infancy, I guess, in terms of establishing that as a broadcast product. I think it's something that I am optimistic about in the future as to where that will sit.
I genuinely have always just wanted what's best for our women's professional squad and what's right for our women's professional squad. You know, it isn't our job to make the life easy for the ECB and others. It's our job to be on a journey and do what's right by our women's professional squad.
I think for
me, the most important thing about cricket and my love for it came from the friendships that I developed. You know, started playing cricket with Kate Cross at an incredibly young age, at 12 years old, and she's been my ride or die ever since. And, you know, friends that I've made throughout the game have obviously been my rock through my darkest times, but cricket for me is just the most incredible sport. For me, nothing in my life will ever beat the 2017 World Cup final at Lord's, and we won it. And then you almost think, how does it get better than that? That's the high. Your dreams have come true. And then you lose your England contract and you go, who am I? Who have I become?
Right, so Alex, we'll start with the intro questions, so they're some nice and easy ones for you. So first is your name and your role.
I'm Alex Hartley, former Thunder.
Straight into the hands of deep mid-wicket. Kate Cross with the catch.
Ragadoosh, baby. Time for a batting clinic now. Oh, I don't like that one.
Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, just an absolute firecracker of a player, really good fun.
Oh, they're having sex. Oh no, it's not, it's dead.
The moment she came back to training again, it was fantastic. She just brought an energy, a keenness, a directness about her as well.
Alex, left arm spinner, enthusiastic player, absolute cricket nut, loves getting involved in everything cricket.
Alex Hartley, one of my oldest and longest friends, the heartbeat of many teams and one of the reasons that I fell back in love with the game.
I was pulling my hair out, my eyelashes out. I had a breakdown on my mum. Couldn't remember the last time I laughed, couldn't remember the last time I smiled. And I was coming back from cricket training, I was miserable, I cried every single day. And had to start therapy because I didn't know what else to do, and I really had hit rock bottom of just going back to that dark place that I was in 2019. Therapy for me got me through my last summer of playing cricket, and I'm really glad I did that, really glad that I got through that, because if I'd have retired at the lowest of lows that I was at and in a really dark place, I think I would have hated cricket forever. But through therapy, I got to play another season with the Thunder Girls, I got to play in the 100, and I retired quite proud of what I've achieved in my life.
Beautiful day here at Emirates Old Trafford, and we are starting, of course, with the Thunder against the Sunrisers. Delighted to say that I'm joined by Lancashire's Sophie Eccleston. Great to have you with us. As you say, it's not quite gone according to plan so far. Have you been able to really sort of put your finger on where things are going wrong for you?
I think we just need to be a bit clearer on bowling plans, man. I think we should bowl a bit straighter. I think we've been a bit wayward with our lines recently. Get a few, have someone like Lammy to go big today and get some runs on the board.
Ellie, thanks very much for speaking to us. You've just had the toss. What's the verdict?
We're going to have a bowl today. Yeah, lost the toss, so we're in the field. Right, girls, all I ask is we sit here after this innings, we've given everything, okay? Energy for 20 overs, do the basics really well, all straight. Come on.
After the tough start, I had concerns, definitely. You know, I've kind of staked my team's name on really supporting and getting behind this group. The consequence of people not performing is, you know, those opportunities aren't there anymore.
I think there was pressure, maybe that played a part.
Kate Cross to bowl the first. Cross strikes, wicket with the second ball of the match.
But I know we are good enough, but we're just not showing it on the pitch.
Here's Cross bowls. She cleared extra cover, Lamb running backwards. Norris coming into the attack.
Villiers sliced away and caught. Second wicket to fall, 28 for 2.
That's gone high, more height than distance, I reckon. Should be gone. Is gone. Straight to Deandra Dottin. Gardner, the new batter. There's Lamb in and balls. That's driven for 4. 2 balls left. Oh, and bowls. This is excellent by Ditani. Really good couple of overs at the death here for Thunder. And that will be, I think, a really, really happy Thunder dressing room. It's all about the batters now. Job done.
That game really felt like it was the first time that everything was coming together. We bowled really well, and you could see the confidence of the girls was through the roof as well. And it felt like if we could nail the second innings, then we were really onto something.
There's pressure there, but the team went in believing. You really backed us. You know, the team walked out and you thought, yeah, we can do this.
So here we go. Liberty Heap and Emma Lamb heading out to bat. A lot of pressure on Emma Lamb if she can get off to a good start.
Kopak to open up the bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. It's flashed away to mid-wicket. Nicely played by Emma Lamb. Well, it's a ferocious looking shot. It appears to me to be a marked improvement in running between the wickets. Oh, that's a skyer. Could be caught. Probably should be caught. Oh no, put down. 49 without loss. A run away from a 50 partnership for the first wicket between Emma Lamb and Liberty Heap.
And drives down the ground, and that's going to bring up a half-century partnership.
Kelly Castle coming into the attack.
Lamb looks to sweep, and she's gone. LBW, big blow. First wicket to fall. That's the first breakthrough for the Sunrisers. Emma Lamb out.
Side in the air, caught, out, and that is the end of Morris. She's gone for 7.
Oh, she's been bowled, out for 46. Frustration for Liberty Heap. Fine effort with the bat. Dottin comes down the pitch. It's another monster hit for 6 for Deandra Dottin. Just need 2 more to win. Yeah, here she comes down the pitch. Heaved away into the onside. They're up and running. Their first victory of the season. They've beaten the Sunrisers here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Happy captain.
Happy captain. Girls, I just want to say I'm really proud of us. I think we talked about creating our own energy, and I thought that's the best I've seen us out there. I thought the bowlers were outstanding, and I think to turn around what we've done to that today, it's a great effort. And sitting in now, it feels good, doesn't it? So I think hang on to that, and we go again for the next one.
The defeat the other day, that we've got to stick together, and that's what you did. It was absolutely brilliant. I would have thought you'd won every game you played so far. So, fucking well done. You deserve this. You deserve it.
It means so much. It means so much. It means so much to me, the staff, and everyone in here. So, cheers to you all. Thanks. Let's have many, many more beers that taste like this. Well done.
I think still when people think of cricket in this country, they think of the men's game. We're still working to get the women's game up to that level in the public consciousness.
The men's game has too much cricket at the moment. We all know the schedule is congested and it impacts performance. The women's game is entirely different. The women's game is in a different phase and it's hungry. It needs as much cricket as possible.
Women have been put on small club grounds with not great facilities. We're obviously a long way off gender pay parity, and that has to be the ambition, that women's cricket can bring in enough revenue and stand on its own 2 feet that women can get paid what they're worth.
And I will always fight for the cricket girls. You know, I want them to be paid more. I think they should be paid more. You shouldn't have people having to live with friends just so they can try and save money for a house. I think they should be paid enough to be able to save money.
In terms of equal pay, the ambition is obvious. We want to end up there. Things like the 100 and domestic cricket. 100 is that both teams are doing exactly the same thing. They're playing a 100-ball match. The sponsors are massively interested in the women's game. We've got to close that gap.
We absolutely want to get to a position where salaries for male and female cricketers are equal. Now, we could put all of that investment in salaries. That might give you equal pay. But what that wouldn't make is equal pay a sustainable outcome from a system that you've built. It would just be something you've chosen to prioritise at that moment in time.
Funding is always going to talk, money always talks, but if you have these investments from organisations, you know, such as Hilton, such as Sports Breaks, then it does mean that you can just do that bit more, and every 1%, 2%, 3% is going to help develop a side and give them that sort of confidence and the ability to go forth and be the best team they can be.
We are in catch-up mode, so I think it's unrealistic to say, right, we're going to equalise everything tomorrow just like that. There are things that need to be built in, and there's changes both in terms of, there are procedural things that we need to change as well around that. So it's investment, it's mindset, it's culture. But look, I think fundamentally the biggest thing within all of this is leadership. We need strong leaders in the game at every level, both at ECB and within our regions, within our first-class counties, within our national counties, that believe in presenting men and women, boys and girls, and with equal opportunities moving forwards.
We're possibly getting closer to it than we would have been a couple of years ago. I think it's a conversation that is in the public domain, certainly more than it ever was. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
When I wasn't at school or playing netball or doing any other activity, I was always down here playing. I'm Kate Cross and I'm a Thunder bowler.
Do you see yourself as a trailblazer?
No, yes, but no, it's not. You know, you don't sign up to... I wasn't playing cricket down here to be a trailblazer. I think naturally, just the way that my journey has been, it's had to be that way.
Kate Cross, England bowler, really smart and engaging, and a great follow on social media. And she has a podcast with Alex Hartley, which is essential listening for a cricket fan, I'd say.
Kate, opening bowler, definitely getting up there in the batting stakes. Real leader on the field and off the field, and has broken down a lot of boundaries.
She's got a very good impact on the players. They can see her professionalism, and that's probably the word I'd use a lot, is her professionalism.
She definitely has been a role model, I think, and future players have followed, and in the main, the vast majority have gone on to be international players.
Kate, it's Lancashire Thunder's first training session today. How excited are you to get started?
Oh, massively excited. I always get a real buzz when I come through the gates at Old Trafford, and I think it's making it very real now. It's really nice to be here, and I'm looking forward to get going now.
Kate and the whole Cross family are fundamental to Haywood Cricket Club. I'd actually finished playing for the first team when Kate made her debut, but was at the ground when she did it. And you know, I think the whole club is just proud of what Kate's done. She's a great role model for the club. You know, there's a lot more females and girls wanting to play cricket at Haywood and the surrounding clubs just because of Kate and what she's achieved.
I think Kate paints or embodies that vision of women's cricket, how it's moved on from those real amateur days of how you have to fight and earn your place in an academy and then in England. Her journey now would be easier, and that's the brilliant thing, and I think the legacy of someone like a Kate is that these changes come in. So nowadays they'd be coming into a county age group set up at Lancashire, set up into one of our emerging player programmes, and then into the academy, and then into the Thunder setup.
Kate was a 15-year-old girl bowling in the nets, and this coach said, Stanley, just come have a look at this girl. And I went there without any sort of preconceived ideas, went and looked at a ball over the balcony, and straight away I could tell that there was a player there of some real quality. She had this just late swing and delivered the ball in such a way that was really quite a powerful indication of her future potential. So I made up my mind there and then that she would be part of the academy, and I've had no regrets. My only regret is that I was just so blinkered.
Yeah, I mean, there was always comments. It was just such an easy thing for people to talk about. I wasn't put off by it, and I know that some girls could be and have been. And I think that's what is so brilliant about the stage that we're in at the minute with the women's game. I think the fact that there's now a real pathway for girls, a lot more women's cricket clubs as well, or cricket clubs that have women's teams as part of it. I think that's really powerful that girls know that there's a definitive pathway to make it to Lancashire or to Thunder, and which I was just playing cricket. I just wanted to play as much as possible, and the opportunities kind of fell at my feet without me really realising that it would be kind of life-changing.
So success for Thunder. So there'll be a great sense of relief, I'm sure, amongst the Thunder players. That will be a much happier dressing room now.
That first win, I just remember being so happy and relieved that we'd got that under our belts. People talk so much about how important momentum is in cricket, and I knew that this would be brilliant for us to then kick on and hopefully go further.
From where we'd come from, with confidence felt really low. You just didn't know where a win was going to come from.
I think it was belief more than anything. I think once you get that first win or you have that performance personally, that can change the whole dynamic of the group.
We want them to be as successful as they can be. We're on this journey with them because we want them to realise their full potential.
The whole development has been brilliant for us to watch from the sidelines and, you know, support as best we can.
That's the kind of game and performance and result that can just really turn things around.
Welcome along, looking forward to this. So here we go. Liberty Heat on strike.
That's in the air and she gets one.
And that is 50 for Emma Lamb.
Bang, have a bit of that, Deandra Dottin.
This should be a run out, and it is.
And caught.
Like in any sport, if you can find a way to win, it just improves everyone's mood, and all of a sudden, potentially, you see a little bit of confidence rise, you see a little bit of belief come back into the players.
The first wicket of the Thunder innings. The wicket that's much needed now. They might get it here. It's gone high in the air, and it has been taken. It's 4 more to the total. Roll away for 4 runs, just bouncing up over the rope.
This is where we are in a hard world of professional elite sport. There are no hiding places. It does matter. This is very important to everybody at the club.
If they can get a good win here, they can go past the Vikings. 4 runs, perfect start for the Thunder. A ramp shot, that goes away for 4 runs. Strong contributions with the bat from the Thunder. What can they produce with the ball? Brilliant from Threlkeld. Bowled off stump. Olivia Bell. Another crucial wicket for Thunder. Let's hit back at it. What a catch that is from Tara Norris.
Something special could happen here, because just a little bit of momentum, a few wins put together, and you start to think, you know what, maybe they could actually go on and reach finals day.
So here we go, we're at Blackpool Cricket Club. It's do or die in the Charlotte Edwards Cup for Thunder. Need a victory here against the Diamonds to reach finals day.
Keep it really, really simple. Enjoy the moments, enjoy the pressure. When the pressure gets hot on them or us, enjoy both teams going through it and learning the moment. Okay? Make smart decisions and keep it simple. Good luck.
Go well.
Let's have a quick word with Ellie.
Yeah, lost the toss and yeah, we're going to have a bowl.
Equation is simple, isn't it? You've got to win here, and ideally you've got to win well this afternoon.
I'm actually really proud of the girls, the way they've turned the comp around. I think losing the first 2 and then to be in this position today, we've got a bit of momentum now, so hopefully that'll help us out today. Must-win game, but every game's been a must-win game, okay? Nothing changes. These are the days where we do all that hard work in that indoor centre form, okay? Smile, enjoy it, relax, do the basics well, yeah? Start fast, give everything for 20 overs, right?
Thunder are going to bowl first, and here we go with a slip in place. If they win the match, they give themselves a chance of reaching Saturday's final. Strike rate of 122. Early breakthroughs for the Thunder could be important with that in mind. It's just glanced away off the pads out towards mid-wicket. Thompson waits, drives up towards mid-on and caught. It's driven and caught. Second wicket in the over for Tara Norris. Mahika go up to bowl the third over. Gets another wicket. Heath has gone. Morris strikes. Oh, it's a beauty from Bell. It's down towards long on. It is out. Datani takes the catch. Next batter out. And she's going for another big hit. Plenty of height, not much distance. Might be caught. Is.
Fantastic with the ball, Lancashire. Terrific work, wasn't it, Ellie? You must be absolutely delighted with that.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. I think the bowlers were outstanding. Kept the stumps in play for as long as possible, and yeah, got through their top order. And but yeah, half a job's done. We just got to do the second half even better now.
They're going to need a little bit of luck in this afternoon in making sure that they chase this down now.
There's a bonus point up for grabs.
Yeah,
we'll know that they'll have to win it inside the certain number of overs left, and if they can do that, then Saturday becomes a fantastic afternoon for them.
So here we go. So they've got 97 to get inside 16 overs. The ball's hit firmly away. Heat comes down the pitch, hammers the ball away. Could be caught. Is. Sophie Morris takes guard from the umpire. It's a good-looking shot. Driven and it's been caught. Gone behind square and it's 4 runs. Dottin waits, Levick in, balls. Oh, the stumping chance, she's gone. She has been stumped. Threlkel, the skipper. Levick balls. Threlkel waiting. Levick in. Can't find a run here. Scores level, so just one more run now for Thunder. Run away behind square by Threlkel. Thunder win the game. They do it inside 16 overs to get themselves that precious extra point as well. Job done for Thunder. Lovely actually. But the Thunder skipper, Ellie Threlkel, is there to hit the winning runs.
Everyone in. I need everyone in. Grab your attention for a minute or so. That's absolutely fantastic. What a performance that is here. They've got all their top players. We didn't have our England players, but that performance is absolutely outstanding. The power play, the job we did in the power play, brilliant. The way we fielded, the catches we took, but how we calmly went around the run chase and played as well as we did, fantastic. But before I finish and hand over to Ellie, I want us to remember how it felt when we lost those first 2 games, because the character that you've shown, the environment that you've created, the sticking together from everybody, has enabled us to perform like that and come out like that. That's absolutely fantastic. But we must remember that, because those moments make us much, much stronger. The character, the determination and the fight, and then the quality has come out in the last 4 or 5 games. Absolutely outstanding. Brilliant stuff.
I think, girls, I'm fucking proud of us. I think if we'd have been sat here, if you said we'd have been sat here a few weeks ago, no one would have believed it, would they? So I think, like Shawsey said, it's testament to the people in this room and sticking together. And look, we're going to the finals day, and I think now let's take what we've done today into that. There's so many positives to come out from today. I think the bowlers were outstanding. Meeks at top, Tara, brilliant. I think Liv and Soph to come in and play under a pressure game like that, and to execute your skills like that was fantastic. It's brilliant to see. And then I think sometimes when you're chasing a low total, it's easy to go out there and just try and knock it around. I think the way we approached that batting innings is exactly what we want. I thought Dats, Fee in particular, you're outstanding today. And yeah, let's keep doing what we're doing, and we'll come home with the trophy.
a real highlight, I think, for both myself, all the staff, all the players. Fee Morris as a signing, how she's developed and then excelled in these games. Olivia Bell come through the academy and just taken straight into the system and performing admirably well. But it was just looking at the squad of like, we can do it. So I think it was really, really good thinking, right, this is your reward now. You've worked hard all winter, you've performed in these games, you've got finals days to look forward to.
I remember talking to people on social media, talking to my friends who are also Thunder fans. Everybody was buzzing about that.
I think it just goes to show that, you know, when people really put their mind to investing in something, then you really can make environments shift. And I actually think Thunder have really paved the way with how professionalism looks in the UK for women's cricket.
It's it's a legitimate career path, and that wasn't the case even a few years ago.
I have a daughter, she's 5, she's just started playing All-Stars. The fact that I know that she has the same opportunity as the little boys that she's playing with one day is hugely important. I'm very proud and privileged to have the chance to change the future for women and inspire a generation of girls.
The reason for us supporting the women is because we felt compelled to, and we want to make sure that the women have the same opportunities as the men.
Young girls now understand that cricket is a game that can provide them with a proper career. We're talking hundreds of girls, more than 100 girls right now, but hundreds in the future in the country at any one time can earn a living from professional cricket just as they can in the men's game.
I started playing when I was about 5 or 6, Stockport Georgians, and so just went down one Friday, just gave it a go, and like I thought it was great, I loved it, and sort of ever since I've played there, like club cricket. So when I was about 5, and that's how it went for me. When I was 12 or 13, I joined the Cheshire setup. That pathway had sort of merged with Lancashire and became the North West Thunder. That was very good, like very beneficial to me. I think, you know, there's pictures of me from 5, 6 years ago with like a Lauren Runfield Hill or like a Kate Cross at a game, and I would have been like, you know, these are the best in the game, like these are the players that we all aspire to be. And I think how actually in the last couple of years, like it's so much more doable. Definitely watching those players like growing up and stuff, like it almost felt a little bit like they were the trailblazers. Like it's great, like now it's absolutely great. To be where I am now is something I would never expected, and it's only something that seemed doable since joining the Lancs. So I think that's been, you know, credit to them for a lot of it.
So, name Olivia Bell, and my role is a spinner.
Liv, feisty character, off-spin bowler, right-handed batter, really gets stuck in the field and has progressed the cricket unbelievably in the last 12 to 18 months.
Liv Bell's been fantastic, real breath of fresh air. You never quite expect a teenager to come in their debut season and have the impact she did.
Through Liv Bell, what an absolute superstar she's been. For her to come in and step up as such a youngster, you know, just shows the depth and strength that we have in our squad.
For me, I don't think the career element came until about 18 or 19, so only about a year or 2 ago. I definitely feel lucky. I think for me, like, the career path has been simply easier than an Ellie or a Kate in terms of having that much cricket on with that high standard and backing behind us. I think that's something they didn't get. It's clear that we have very good support here, the best in the circuit potentially, and I think that's something that can never be taken away from Hilton and from Lancs, and the way that they've supported us has been beyond what any other region is capable of. I'd hope people can see what I've done and see the support that I've had, and I think if anything it's just shown that there is a path, like there is a career. You can go from playing under 13s minor county to be a professional cricketer in less than 7-8 years. For me, there's nothing better than being able to show that that's possible and have as many girls try and follow and do the same thing, and hopefully, you know, overtake me and do better. Personally, I think the belief that we can get there now will be there, and I think that's something we've never had before. Now that tournament and that trophy's there for the taking, and anyone can go and win it, and I think we've got to use sort of that disappointment in that finals day to fuel our training for the winter, and to fuel our motivation to go and do one better next year.
I think the 2023 season was just a huge part of what this journey is for Thunder, and the belief in the group now to know that Thunder could be the team next year.
There is a broader network involved in this. There's a support group that surrounds the players. There's people at the club, there's the sponsors, there's the players. So that would have been a very special day to have got to New Road, to have played in that finals day would have been great, and fingers crossed there's more.
We've supported the team for a long time. The fact that they get into finals day, semi-final, big showcase matches is fantastic for us to see.
You know, the first time you're in a final, I think they'll always remember that. They'll remember that feeling. And that feeling is something that you can kind of take with you and put it into future appearances, future campaigns as well.
Girls are going to be confident next year going into the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
What an experience like that does is it starts to build your inner belief system. The fact that the team have now got to a playoff and know that they're capable of doing that should give them a lot more confidence going into this next season.
We couldn't be proud. I mean, it was an incredible achievement for them to make finals day, and to be part of that journey and to have played some role in that. We were extremely proud to see that happen.
We are this year, 2024, at an inflection point where things are going to change, things are being handed back to the counties, and therefore more is going to be asked of them. But every county should sit up and realise that there's an opportunity there and one to grasp.
It's so exciting where the women's game is. People are excited by cricket, not just men's cricket, women's cricket. It's that as a whole. There are so many exciting landmark things coming in the future for the women's game that it's a very exciting time to be involved in it.
It's been great to see so many young players who've come through the academy system in the first team this summer. You look at your Mahika Gores, who made their debut in April, and just a few months later making a debut for England against Sri Lanka.
Seen what great strides have been made already in, and I still say, a pretty short period of time to where we are now from where we were just a few years ago is a huge improvement.
Genuinely, I think for women's cricket, the sky is the limit. We have seen a lot of progress in terms of women's sport, and I think, absolutely cricket can get there. We've got some way to go, but we're making significant steps.
Particularly in cricket, it just seems to have evolved so quickly. It's quite tangible, you can feel it. There's a hell of a lot of momentum behind women's sport.
It will be fascinating when we put out broadcast rights to the market, just to see kind of where we're at and how much they're worth. And I think we'll probably be surprised at worth more than we think.
I think where we are now, I think the landscape has shifted. I am impatient and I want to move as quickly as possible, as I'm sure the whole game does, but it's just making sure that we've got the right strategy at the right time, that we're up and running, and now's the time to fly.
I think the key thing for me is that the ECB take the Charlotte Edwards Cup seriously commercially for the first time and get behind it, get a broadcast partner, get a standalone domestic partner, and then challenge the clubs to go out and drive significant commercial sponsorship.
Across sponsorship, across media, what we're navigating towards is a world where we've created sort of sufficient value in women's cricket for it to be self-sustaining.
I think the next 5 years is going to be a defining moment in the future of women's cricket. The direction that we're moving in is fast, it's positive. If anything, we all need to be a little bit more restless, actually, because this is a massive opportunity. The time is now, but it means that we need to put our foot down.
The squad are really excited with Chris Reed's appointment. High quality individual, high quality ex-international player, and I think he'll bring something different. He's got to move this team from being everybody loves Thunder to this team has a hard edge and can win. The expectation on Chris is we want trophies. We're taking Thunder out on pre-season tour to India and Dubai, which will be the third time we've taken our women out on pre-season tour with our men, and with additional on top Hilton funding for 2024, we are the only squad that has 15 full-time pros. That gives us a full winter with a full professional squad, and we're really excited about what's to come.
So the news here from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club is that we're due to start at 12:30. We've had to have a lot of patience today. It might be the case for the rest of the match as well, that we need to just kind of bide our time. Everyone's wrapped up. I mean, it feels more like October or November than the height of summer. I mean, we are into July. It's the 1st of July today. Everyone's got their big coats on and their hats on and their scarves on, and oh my goodness, hands buried deep into their pockets and kind of holding on to cups of teas and cups of coffees and anything to try and keep them warm. 12:30 is our latest start time. Bumble's alongside me. It's been a really frustrating morning, hasn't it, for everybody? It's such a shame. The 1st of July, you're kind of hoping you'd get a bit of fortune with the weather, wouldn't you?
And at Southport as well. I mean, it's usually a great scene here. You get the sun shining, and I've noticed that there are 2 forlorn ice cream carts. It is cold. Just chatted to 2 chaps there, and they said, "Oh, it'll be great. Jimmy will swing it." I said, I think it's far too cold to swing." You never know. I mean, I don't know what it is to do with swing, whether it's to do with hydraulics or whatever. But it doesn't seem a swing today. But what it does seem is movement off the seam. There's bound to be a bit of dampness from the weather that we've had and the covering that we've had. I mean, the cover is still on. It looks as if they're just going to take the cover off and then start playing. And whether Lancashire are saying we're going to carry on batting, I think they are. We've not heard anything. And get as close to 400 as they can. And then get to work with the attack that they've got. They've got a good attack. The
delay to this second day, that must have been in a conversation potentially about what Lancashire do here. They're 6 runs away from 350, which is another batting bonus point. The captain's 17 away from a double century. So there's a team aspect to it. There's an individual aspect to it as well, I guess. There's also a time aspect to it. They need to take 20 wickets to try and win this game. The Nottinghamshire lads are warming up, so there's no sense of a declaration, but potentially that must have been a conversation somewhere.
Yeah, and time. That would be the main thing, that we've got 2 days plus, probably about 80 overs today, and so time would be the decision to bat on and to give it a real thrash. You've only got 2 wickets left, captain's in there, just get as many as you can, as quick as you can, and then get bowling. And so it'll be different meal times, or break times.
Yeah.
And so you take advantage of that. And it is a gamble. Your gamble is, let's have a look at the forecast tomorrow and the following day. What time are we likely to get? Because they obviously, right now, Lancashire would fancy a win for this game. They've got a good position. I think they've got a good score. In these conditions, I think they've got a good score now.
The 12:15 start time has now been pushed back to 12:30. At 12:15, we were due to have 84 overs. There'll be a couple more shaved off from that with a 12:30 start. The lunch was scheduled to be 1:30. That probably will be the same. And teas at 4:10. Again, that will probably be the same. But we're probably likely down to maybe 83 overs, something like that. Maybe 82 overs. I don't think they'll work that out. Having lost 15 more minutes, they'll shave off a few more overs. The ground staff are doing their bit as ever. They've got all the machinery out. The covers have been pretty much removed. It's just that the pitch covers protecting the actual wicket. But again, they're starting to get wheeled off. The ice cream van's not doing a great deal of trade just yet. It's not an optimistic ice cream van, but you never know. Maybe it might get a bit warmer later on. So everyone's kind of just about getting ready for the resumption or the start of this second day and the resumption of this match. I think from Nottinghamshire's point of view, they must come into it a little bit bumble, having had elements of that first day in which they could have really got an advantage, and then Lancashire found a way in different moments to try and kind of counterpunch a little bit.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire lost the last session big time. They were 150, Lancashire 150 at tea. Now look at the score, 344. They've raced away. They got the new ball and would fancy the new ball in these conditions, and not a bit of it. Lancashire and in particular Jennings just flew into them, and I thought they looked a little bit shocked, and then they looked flat. And so that it is so important on day one you win the last session. You know, the first session you want to get into the game and you want to win that session, but the big session, in my opinion, is the last session on day one. You want to fly into the opposition, particularly with a new ball. You've got 6 wickets, you can turn it into a wonderful day, and Lancashire just went away from them massively. 344 for 8. So 150 at tea, so they've got 190 roundabout in that last session.
And Keaton Jennings described it last night as taking some calculated risks, but they were measured to perfection from his point of view.
Yeah, I mean, you can call it risk, but also he's savvy enough and probably far too polite, seize the moment, you know, grab this moment, and he dominated. And he had some worthy assistants as well, Tom Bailey. And again, Tom Bailey, what is he, number 8? Probably should be number 9, 10. He's on the front foot against quick bowling, putting his front foot nearly halfway down the pitch. Nobody's rattled it round his ears and say, wouldn't it make it really uncomfortable? And, you know, frankly, I was disappointed with Nottinghamshire. I thought they just went flat.
That second new ball obviously didn't work, and in the end it benefited Lancashire. But the fact that Lancashire had got, and again Keaton mentioned this last night in his interview, the fact that Lancashire got Stone and Pennington into 4th and 5th spells on the first day. So when that new ball was taken, these guys are not as fresh as they were at 11 o'clock. That seemed to be quite significant.
Yeah, it's just a time when it could have gone either way. I don't think that Nottinghamshire responded. They didn't respond as well as they could do to that new ball and say, OK, sleeves up. Let's make it as difficult as possible for particularly the other batter to Jennings. With a new ball, with pace, they didn't do it. And so that seizing the moment by Jennings pushed the game on massively. Great entertainment. You know, this is what I mentioned it yesterday, you and I mentioned it yesterday, the joy and the beauty of festival cricket with houses all around. It goes into the garden. All of it goes into the garden. It goes into the hospitality tent. Somebody's got to go and fetch it. I think that's great fun. It's proper English, is that? It is.
What, the sight of a professional cricketer leaping over someone's garden fence into a bush?
People on a Sunday just having a bit of a barbecue and playing with a dog, and a geezer comes flying through the bushes. Excuse me, have you got our cricket ball?
I'm afraid there's a bit of rain falling again.
Umpires are out. Look at the umps.
They are, which is to their credit. So the ground staff were just pushing off the covers, and they've stopped doing that. So the covers are kind of halfway back towards their resting place in between the two media tents here. We've got the additional media tent this week. I'm calling it the Jimmy Anderson tent because those in there are only here for Jimmy. So they've got the second media tent, and the covers were due to be pushed off, but they've just halted that process. There's just a band of kind of swirling rain that came round just a few minutes ago.
It's mizzle, isn't it? That's all it is. Yeah. It's just mizzle. And Lancashire are obviously carrying on batting because the roller is on, and it's a push roller. It's just one guy pushing a roller, so it's a light roller. And we just saw very recently the pitch was cut. Both umpires are stood out in the middle, and the covers are coming back on. Bah.
Yeah. They are. So mizzle, that as Bumble describes it, as he's just occasionally just whipping around the ground. There's quite a strong wind and a cloud cover everywhere. There's not a break really in the cloud cover. So there's thick grey cover and cloud cover, and every now and again a little swirly band of rain comes round. And just as we start to think about the idea of getting underway, there's a little band of kind of showery rain coming.
And there's some hardy folk around. When you see the people, and they're being very patient around the ground in shorts. That must be mad.
Including my father, who's come today in his pair of shorts.
Just brought his mate round. His mate comes round here. I mean, what at the front? I mean, we're outside here and it's chilly, and this geezer come with a pair of shorts on. He said, "All right, Scott." And Scott tells me, he said, "Oh, it's my dad's pal." And so the bloke says, "Can you get us a couple of cups of tea?" So I've made these cups of tea, give them to him, and can I have a sugar, please, in one of them? So off he's gone.
Yep. One of the aspects of doing this at this ground as well is the interaction you get with the punters is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when we are broadcasting here, and there is a massive clue, we've got so much equipment and a monitor, headphones and a microphone, and they come up talking to you in the middle of a sentence. "Oh, sorry, are you doing something?" Yeah.
It's one of the charms of it all, I suppose.
It is.
Yeah. Right, this is not what we want. The umpires are heading off, retreating back towards the pavilion. The ground staff have pushed the covers on the pitch, and unfortunately they're going back to get the extra strips as well. And the extra plastic cover is going to come out.
You're talking about the description of this ground. This is proper cricket. It's club cricket. It's league cricket with some county players, and it's an event. And so we get it easy. We go to these big stadiums in air conditioning, a bit of heating, and which room are we in? Thank you very much. Yeah. Now we're outside on a bench, and my backside went to sleep yesterday on this wooden bench, and we've got some cushions today, which is lovely. But it is freezing cold. We're outside. Oh, it's pouring down.
Yeah, it's tipping down now. Yeah, it's tipping it down. So we're in danger, really, of probably saying no play before lunch.
Yeah, I think that they might do that. Photographers are miming swimming. They're thinking they might be swimming before long. Tide's out, by the way.
Oh,
miles out.
What does that mean?
It don't go out here, it disappears at Southport. There's no question. You walk for miles before you find the tide. There's a lot of sand.
Yeah.
A lot of sand.
Well, the tide's out and the rain's falling and the brollies are all up again. Almost on cue. Everyone's popping their brollies up, and unfortunately...
There's a bloke just turned up now. He's asking for autographs. He's giving it to Scott. He's giving it to me. So there'll be a brief interlude now whilst I just sign this. Stick with us, listener, as I sign that. It's a picture of me looking well worn with a different jacket on. Pleasure, mate. All the best.
Cheers, pal.
Yeah. Stay warm. Fully satisfied customer.
Yeah, it's another smiley face leaving us. Well, I mean, it's such a shame, isn't it? For I would say we have been really fortunate here over the last few years. I can't recall losing much, if any, time in the games that Lancashire have played here. So it's unfortunate for Southport and Birkdale that it's happening today, but we've had some great weather here. But
well, my memory fades, but you know, I just recall that the games that I played here, it was absolutely gorgeous. And the other thing I recollect, and Blackpool is similar, deck chairs. So there are no deck chairs now. We've got stand chairs which are all the way around the ground. Whether people can also bring their own, I like that idea as well. And deck chairs at Hove, that's always a lovely scene. I've not been to Hove for years. There's another lad here, he's shouting here. We're just recording, but carry on. No, carry on, what do you want? Go on. Go on. You know somebody that I know, go on. Dry cleaning. He did the dry cleaning. Brian Melvin did the dry cleaning at Lancs. I remember him well. Good. I'm glad he's still alive. No, I'm sad about that, but I do remember him. Nice fella. Used to take you watching Lancs. Brilliant. In the ladies' stand. Neil Fairbrothers. I know. Yeah. But good to see you. All the best.
Another happy customer. Anybody else? Roll up.
He's never heard anything like this, Brace Girdle, has he? Look at it. When are we on again, Dave? I don't know.
Not today. Shall we have a look around the grounds, see what's happening elsewhere while we're with you? Bumble's going to go and sign a few more autographs, and we'll bring Brace Girdle in. So here we go. Let's have a little look around some of the other grounds, starting with where we're going to start. Essex, shall we? Start with Essex at Surrey. So Surrey 262 all out in their first innings, and Essex in reply. This game taking place at the Oval. Essex have lost a couple of wickets in reply to that Surrey total of 262 all out. The last score I've got here is 45-4-2. Somerset against Warwickshire. Warwickshire 379 for 8 against Somerset. Game taking place at Taunton. 379 for 8. Warwickshire batting against Somerset. Hampshire are 379 for 5 in their match against Kent in Southampton. And this game's advanced quite a bit. That's the Hampshire match, 379 for 5. James Vince has reached 200 for Hampshire, so a brilliant moment for him. Double century for James Vince, 379 for 5 against Essex. And the Durham match, that's the moment, just watching on Lancs TV, that's the moment that Vince got to his double century. The Durham game, there we go, that's the pictures from Chesley Street. They're off for rain, with Durham 33 for 3 in their second innings. So Durham 190 all out, Worcestershire 112 all out, and Durham 33 for 3 in their second innings. And they're taking an early lunch at 12:30, with play set to start at 1:10, subject to the weather conditions up in the northeast. That's Division 1 games. In Division 2 for us this week, we've got, there's a bit of rain around there, isn't there? That's Yorkshire, isn't it? On the bottom right of the screen for our Lancs TV viewers. That game taking place at Chester Street. Derbyshire 78 all out. What's going on there? Well, the covers are on, and Yorkshire are 402 for 5 in reply to Derbyshire's 78 all out. In the game at Chesley Street, but currently off for rain. Elsewhere, Sussex are at Northamptonshire, and Sussex are into their second innings. They're 144 for 5 against Northants. Yes, that's a lead of, there we go, a lead of 190 for Sussex. Northants all out for 97 in their first innings. Sussex 145 for 5. Second innings lead by 191. Under 2 more Division 2 games. Gloucestershire against Glamorgan. This match is taking place at the College Ground in Cheltenham. There's the live pictures from that. 11 for 1. Gloucestershire in their second innings. Cameron Bancroft. Ollie Price batting there for Gloucestershire, so they're still trailing that match. They're 7 runs behind Glamorgan, who made 197 in reply to Gloucestershire's 180 all-out first time round. So 11 for 1, trailed by 7 runs. And the final match is Leicestershire against Middlesex, where Leicestershire are 130 for 4. And Lewis Goldsworthy, who's on loan from Somerset, has just reached a half century. He's made 50. So 130 for 4 Leicestershire in their second innings, lead by 223. So you are up to date with the scores across Divisions 1 and 2 of the County Championship. Dave Bracegirdle's in his, you got your woolly hat on, mate. Oh my word, that's no good. Must be chilly.
It is chilly, actually.
Isn't it?
Where are we? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, nice to come on for a few minutes. It would have been even better to be able to commentate on a little bit of cricket. 2 or 3 times we've got seemingly pretty close to getting a start, but every time the rain begins to fall once again, and it's just not broken up, has it? We've had grey clouds overhead all morning, and a little bit of drizzle in those gusty periods has never been too far away. It really is a sorry sight. You feel for everybody that's come along today. There's plenty that have stayed up for the first 2 or 3 days from Nottinghamshire or the East Midlands. There's many that have travelled from all parts of Lancashire that are here, and you just feel for them. It really is a miserable old time. The umpires, to be fair, have had plenty of inspections. The ground staff doing the hokey cokey out there. They've had the covers on, they've had the covers off, they've had the covers on, and at the moment they're just trying to pin them down just to stop the breeze blowing them away. I'm a little surprised that at 12:15, when we couldn't start at 12:15, they didn't say then, let's have an early lunch and see if we're going to be good to go at 1 o'clock. But I've not heard that announcement as yet, so lunch may still be at the in fact, there it's now on the screen. It is at 12:30, so I hadn't seen that one, Scott. Lunch at 12:30, start at 1:10. But again, it's got to improve really, both in terms of the drizzle going away and indeed the light, because the light's not great either, is it?
No, it's not. No, which we thought might be a factor yesterday, and actually as the day went on yesterday, it got brighter and brighter, and we had a bit of blue sky and we had some sunshine, and we actually had quite a pleasant end to the day yesterday. From Nottinghamshire's point of view, we've been chatting with Bumble about how Lancashire are looking at this going into the second day. From Nottinghamshire's point of view, what's your the feeling is after that first day?
I think Lancashire got away in that last session, didn't they? Nearly 200 runs for 2 wickets. If it had been 265, 270, 275 maybe for 8 this morning, it might have been a par sort of first day. But certainly Keaton Jennings late on against that second new ball, he really cashed his chips in, didn't he? Got too many deliveries that he was either able just to glance away fine. There were a lot of 4 leg buys down the leg side, as well as that second new ball just came on a little bit quicker. Jennings took the fight, picked up the tempo certainly, but he took up the fight against the 2 principal Nottinghamshire quicks yesterday, Stone and Pennington, in that last session. He'd already bashed Liam Patterson-White twice into the houses. It was a terrific knot from Keaton Jennings. It's not the first time, of course, that he's done it against knots, so I'm not telling anybody anything they don't know about Keaton Jennings. He's just a fabulous, fabulous player, and yesterday, once again, it looked as if he was playing a bat that was twice as wide as anybody else's. Played terrifically well, has got all the shots all around the wicket, and yesterday, we spoke a couple of times with Bumble on and off air about his England record, 17 times. Only an average of 25, which is a real shame, because once he got in the side, I thought he was going to be there to stay for a long old time. And I think, like many players in the past who've had a brief flirtation with international cricket, then gone back to the county game. It's, in this case, Lancashire. It's the county's gain and England's loss, because he could still be doing a job, I'm sure, for England.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment. Just speaking of England, we've not touched on this actually, but there's a little bit of news coming out of the England camp with regards to Jimmy Anderson. This time yesterday we were congratulating Dylan Pennington on his England Test call-up. Of course, England looking to look beyond Anderson, and they've announced today that he'll join the England coaching setup as a fast bowling mentor when he retires from Test cricket, which that Test match is at Lord's next week. Some quotes from Rob Key. He has got so much to offer English cricket. We don't want to see that go. When we asked him, he was keen. He's going to have a lot of options. English cricket will be very lucky if he chooses to stay in the game. Going on to say, with regards to his Lancashire future, Rob Key saying, what he does with Lancashire will probably work out after the Lord's Test. We've got some conversations to have to find out what he thinks is the best thing to do going forward. Everything so far has been gearing up for this Test match. So James Anderson joining England's coaching setup as a fast bowling mentor when he retires from Test cricket. We wait to see whether after this week if he will play again for Lancashire.
What are you expecting to see this week, assuming we get on, assuming we have another 2.5 days of cricket here to look forward to and enjoy with Jimmy Anderson? You'd have seen him in the past getting himself ready for England cricket. Is he going to go out there full throttle, 100%? Is he going to ease into it? When did he last play? Certainly not for a while.
Well, he played the Test series in India, wasn't it? So that'd be quite a while back since he's last played. He was at Canterbury last week, bowling through the course of the afternoon on the lunchtime interval on the first day. It's a perfectly fair question. He's not, of course. He's well supported, isn't he? They've got quite a good seeming options here. They've got Anderson with Williams, with Bailey, with Balderson, plus 2 frontline spinners. So I think they could even manage that kind of workload he'll have this week because of Williams, Bailey, Balderson and the 2 spinners. So,
and this isn't a new thing. This has happened for the last 20 years, hasn't it? Getting himself ready for the international season. He's not had any second 11 games or warm-up games or anything. So it's an interesting one, and I hope for Jimmy, whatever happens in this game, he comes through it okay and is good to go. I think the last thing you want is 1 or 2 aches and pains, as we know, as the years advance, as the rain just suddenly changes direction, and we're getting a little bit of a soak in. The emergency Scott Reed covers are put on just to protect our electrical equipment, with the help of a new member of the grounds team. Mr. Bumble is helping out.
Yeah, it's the old swirly wind, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's the problem.
It suddenly decided to give us a little bit of a soaking, and it's probably as heavy right now, Scott, as it has been all of today. Certainly, the fact that they've already made the decision to take the early lunch was a timely one, because it would have been a real old shame had they just wandered out there to the middle and came back again. I was sort of wondering that after all this, when eventually they do get out there to play, wouldn't it be typical cricket if the 2 wickets went down bang bang and then we got another delay? But it's a real old shame. There is cricket, as we've seen, going on around the country. Enjoy it, folks, whilst you can. Of course, all the other games, all the scores available on the BBC Sport website and app. All the live streams available from the various counties. It's just a shame that in this part of the world, you go to the seaside in July as it is now, you expect a little bit of nicer weather than we're getting here.
Yeah, it is unfortunate for Southport. I would say they've been pretty good here in the last few years. Been really lucky to have such nice weather, but not today, I'm afraid. So lunch is being taken. We'll leave you for now. I think we'll try and bring you a little bit of update. We'll be back with you after the scheduled lunch break. Will be finishing at 1:10. So we'll back with you at 1:10, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you a little bit of good news. But we'll update you then. But I'm afraid no play at all on in the morning session here on day 2 at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Fingers crossed the weather improves and we get something a little bit later on.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes,
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton, and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me, making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Certain bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of being just over the last year. So many people say they're both.
Hi, Noah. Nice to meet you.
Hello, Sophia. Can you believe it? No. No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action. All the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That's ball. Catch. Throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed, he has. And he's played with what a moment.
Well, the real suspect innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance, 2 runs at the winning hit. On come the crowd.
A really wonderful game of cricket.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. It's shot by Sol. It's into...
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mestoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. What is the story of the Mestoria Group?
It actually started in 2008, had two buy-to-let properties. So I was dealing with an agency. I was really getting frustrated. And in 2009, I decided to start my own accountancy firm, property company and estate agency, which was named as Mestoria, and that's how we started.
Sounds a pretty dynamic, exciting company, to be honest.
It is. We're going places. We have all sorts of different things that we actually do. So we deal with sales, we deal with rental properties, HMOs, where a lot of other agencies like to stay away from. Overall, every person that works in each of the teams are determined to make it a success, and that's what we like about Mestoria.
You offer basically a one-stop shop for landlords and tenants?
Very much so, yeah. I think we're quite unique in terms of an agent because we do a bit of everything really. Whichever element of property you're interested in, we've pretty much got somebody within the business who can help you.
Each and every person that we have on our team has seen, if not all, the worst. So we could advise people what to avoid, so people could learn from our experience. We are happy to lead people or guide people. We are happy to teach people what to do.
It feels as though you've got a very sort of family-orientated type of value system.
I always believe it's a farm attitude. We need to, not a hunt attitude of doing a quick sale. We have to build a relationship and ensure that the person wins at the end. Because of that, we will win as well. It's a mutual beneficial relationship. I want to be conscious that we go that extra mile to ensure that we have done our very best for the person who has sought our advice in their property journey.
Old Trafford was the place, the destination for you?
Absolutely, and here I am. I had a very good upbringing. I was very fortunate in having excellent parents. My mum, my dad, my brother Darius, who was...
He got you into cricket, really, didn't he? Well, your father played tennis and was quite sporty.
Dad was the captain of Grand Medical College.
Was he?
He was a doctor. Never had any coaching as such. We used to get field league practice, and just being in that club, savouring the atmosphere where all the great men played, using its facilities as a, you know, out on the pitch. A lot of people tell you, gosh, you could have easily got 100 the way you were going and all that. No, man, I was just pleased to be not out and then first over after lunch, although I'm blowing my own trumpet here, that I was the last person to get a test 100 at the Brevin Stadium.
Against England?
Against England. I'm sorry, Paul.
Welcome to Emirates Old Trafford for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. And I'm delighted to say this morning I have one of Lancashire's finest, born in India though, and one of Lancashire's first overseas players, Farouk Engineer, alongside me. Farouk, it's great to see you, and on a cold, frosty, foggy morning like this, I often wonder why you've made Lancashire or Cheshire your home, and you must be hankering after the warmth of Mumbai.
Very good morning to you, Paul. Lovely to see you as always. And thank you for the very kind words. Yes, indeed. Why I chose to live in Lancashire. Lancashire made me feel so much at home. You know, as you probably know, I was offered contracts by 4 counties, Worcestershire, Somerset, Hampshire and Lancashire. But somehow Lancashire had a ring to it. You know, Lancashire had a great history. You know, you had great players, great wicket-keepers like George Duckworth and all that before me. And Lancashire just seemed, and funny enough, I was a Lancashire supporter living in Bombay, never having seen a Lancashire match, but like people are Manchester United supporters, you know. And so Lancashire, as soon as they offered me the contract, you know.
Yeah, there's something about, doing a little bit of research for this, you said that you came to Lancashire because of its history and because of the ground. So that must have sparked the imagination of a young Farouk Engineer.
Indeed.
Playing
Old Trafford.
You played through the 60s for India and into the 70s. Yeah. So Old Trafford was the place, the destination for you.
Absolutely, and here I am.
Yeah, and here you are, and here you still are.
Still are, very much so.
Now let's talk a little bit about your early career, because you were from a reasonably well-to-do family. Your father was a doctor, and you were a Parsi, which is the last Parsi to play for India. Was that a slightly different upbringing to to the rest of Europe?
Yes.
In Mumbai?
When the British ruled India,
yeah,
I think the Parsis were the ones who came in greater contact, because the way we lived, you know, for example, I mean, we had bacon and eggs for breakfast. You know, I mean, how more British can you get?
So there was no
no
Muslim upbringing then at all.
No, I'm not a Muslim.
No, I know,
Yeah.
I know.
Or a Hindu or anything like that. But the traditional Hindus have like a chapati and vegetables and all that for breakfast. A lot of Hindus don't eat eggs, you know? And of course there are religious restrictions. You know, the Muslims don't eat pork, and you know, and I respect all religions. You know, and I've been brought up to do that. But the Parsis, I mean, just eat, drink, and be merry. Our religion says three things: good thoughts, good words, good deeds.
And you've carried on being like that through your
I'm not sure about all the deeds, but yes, indeed. I had a very good upbringing. I was very fortunate in having excellent parents. My mum, my dad, my brother Darius, who was...
He got you into cricket, really, didn't he? Well, your father played tennis and was quite sporty.
Dad was the captain of Grand Medical College.
Was he?
He was a doctor.
Yeah.
And having a surname like Engineer, you know, you don't see the funny side of it, being called Dr. Engineer all your life. But Dad was the great character.
Yeah.
He came here in his later years and watched me play. He was a hot favorite at Old Trafford. I mean, Dad never used to really drink, and people used to get him pints and pints of bitter. So after the game, I used to see him in the lounge and say, "Dad, want all these beers?" So they keep on getting me these, and I don't want it, you know. But he was a wonderful human being.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm truly blessed for that.
And in you played, or you were associated with the Braben Stadium and the CCCI, weren't you?
Indeed, as a kid.
Which is one of my favourite. It's one of the best grounds in the world.
I couldn't agree with you more.
I couldn't agree with you more. Fantastic setup.
Even now, it's a shame that due to political reasons, you know, Mr. Vijay Merchant and Mr. Wankade couldn't agree to terms, and not even a quarter mile from each other.
That's right. Well, the main stadium is the Wankade Stadium, which is down Marine Drive.
Indeed. Yeah. You know, and the Braben Stadium is, I mean, they still play cricket there, but Braben Stadium has got a lot of class. You know,
it has.
The Cricket Club of India, the traditional,
you
know, the Braben Stadium. These are really.
It's like the Lords of India.
Absolutely, indeed.
And did you play in your formative years there, or did you just play the odd representative
I was invited
game
as a cricket member, an honorary cricket member, as a youngster, and that itself was a great boost to my career. You know, I can't thank the CCI enough for that, because we never had any coaching as such. We used to get field league practice and things like that, but just being in that club, savouring the atmosphere where all the great men played, you know, and using its facilities as a, you know, out on the pitch. And I'm very pleased to say, although I'm blowing my own trumpet here, that I was the last person to get a Test 100 at the Braben Stadium.
Against England?
Against England. I'm sorry, Paul.
Was that Tony Lewis's side?
Was it Tony Lewis or Tony Gray?
I think it was.
It was the last official Test match there.
Was that your highest score as well, 120?
I'm not sure about that.
Well, I think so.
Is it? Okay.
You got two.
I've never been one for.
No, but that's great, scoring 100 at
I got other one against the West Indies,
which was perhaps one you're more well known for, because you nearly got 100 before lunch.
I got 94 before lunch, and opening to the likes of Wes Hall, Charlie Griffith,
renowned as
Gary Sobers, and
Lance Gibbs.
He didn't come on till the first ball after lunch.
What did you whip him through mid-wicket for 4?
No. Lance Gibbs came on when I was 94, and everyone in the dressing room says, "Gosh, why didn't you get 100?" You know, Dilip Sardesai was my partner.
Yeah.
And when I was 92, I had a shot at Rohan Kanai. I hooked Wes Hall. Rohan Kanai at deep square leg, dived full length, and stopped to 4. The ball ricocheted. We could have easily got 2 runs, but Sardesai didn't want to take the second run. And he blocked the last over. My good mate Clive Lloyd
Yes.
You know, I hit a cover drive of Charlie Griffith, and Clive dived full length, and it touched his fingers, and you know, again he could have easily got 2, but you know, we took 1 and Dilly batted the rest of the over. I mean, I'm not blaming Sardesai for that.
I think most people would settle for 94 before lunch
yes,
in a
indeed.
test match against that attack.
I was more than happy. But a lot of people tell me, oh gosh, you could have easily got 100 the way you were going and all that. No, man, I was just pleased to be not out. And then first over after lunch, I see Lance Gibbs come onto ball. And I hit him straight for 6, straight out of the stadium. I think the ball is still travelling, you know. They never found it. That's how I got
onto the beach.
On the beach, yes, indeed, yes.
Yeah. Well, when did you were renowned as a flamboyant cricketer, and slightly unusually in those days, and even now, you kept wicket, obviously, but you opened the batting as well. I mean, that was quite a test for any individual to be able to keep and then open the batting.
I didn't consider it a task. It just came naturally, and I think it was an advantage to me because just having kept wickets, you're coming to open the batting. So your eyes already, you know what the pitch is doing, you know what the conditions are like. You're as near the pitch as the previous batsmen were. So you're halfway there, really, you know. And I preferred fielders behind me than all. I had some big gaps in front too. You know, I used to lift the ball a lot.
You did. I can lift him. Was your phrase, wasn't it? You used to say that to. That was one of your famous phrases in the Lancashire dressing room.
Yeah.
I think I can lift him.
Yes.
So, in other words, hit it in the air.
Indeed. And I used to play the scoop and all these stupid shots those days that the T20 people in IPL play these days. I tried to hit the ball where there were no fielders. You know, and if I lifted the ball in that direction, I knew it was pretty safe because there were no fielders to catch them or stop them.
I mean, I remember watching you as a schoolboy, sitting in the ladies' stand, opening the batting for Lancashire in the John Player League, and you became symptomatic with the way the new game, you know, it was a new game, should be played. You used to whack it through mid-wicket from ball 1. You used to work the ball.
Yes.
In a similar vein, I'll blow your trumpet for you now, to Viv Richards and more latterly Kevin Peterson. That's the way you played.
Yes, because I used to come right behind the ball. And when you come right behind the ball, the gaps open automatically, especially between mid-on and mid-wicket. So you're virtually playing with a straight bat, but you're placing the ball at an angle. And that gap gives you so many fours because there's never a fielder between mid-on and mid-wicket, you know, unless people are going for runs nowadays and all that. So I got a lot of runs in that area. So people thought I could only play on the onside. So when England came to India, Tony Greig or Tony Lewis, oh, he's an onside player. They packed all the onside and started bowling on the offside. And that's where I got all my runs. But yeah, I enjoyed my cricket basically, Paul.
But was it a conscious effort to play that way, or was it just a natural way of playing?
It was a natural way of playing.
I mean, you must have had a fantastic eye.
Yes.
Both as a keeper and as a batter.
Definitely helps. I was never coached, you know, which is perhaps a blessing. You learn from your own mistakes. You know how we improved? I looked into a mirror when I got out sometimes, and I tried to play that shot, why I missed it, and the mirror told you everything. You know, my bat was at an angle there, should have been going straighter, and this and that. So I mean, you learn from your own mistakes, and there's no better way of learning, as long as you don't make the same mistakes again and again. You know.
True.
And
well, you had a wonderful career for India in Test match cricket. You were before really the age of one-day cricket. You only played a handful of games because there weren't any.
I played the first World Cup
in
the first World Cup, Cricket World Cup.
Right. Yeah.
When Sunil Gavaskar got some batting practice, he decided to, you know.
Yeah,
at Lord's.
He did.
Yeah, great player, Sonny. You know, and a great friend of mine. And
well, I've got your book here, Farouk, and he said Farouk Engineer, the original playboy of Indian cricket.
He's just getting his own back on me there. But Sonny and I are very dear friends. You know, and,
yeah.
I'd rather you read the Bradman's quote.
Okay, well, I'll read the Bradman bit then, Rookie. It says, I always enjoyed, this is Sir Donald Bradman, I always enjoyed Farouk's entertaining batsmanship and the way he enjoyed the game of cricket. He's one of the game's great ambassadors, on and off the field, always a delight to talk to, and without doubt, one of the world's great wicket-keeper batsmen. That's not bad coming from Sir Don Bradman. I'm not surprised you put it in the book.
That's why I asked you to read it.
Yeah, well, it's and he's right. Fantastic. So, don't worry. So, look, wonderful career for India. But you were a bit of a maverick as well, because when you came to England, we already touched on coming to Lancashire and why you wanted to play for Lancashire. But you turned your back on domestic cricket in India at that time, almost.
Well, I did turn my back, really, because the games coincided. I was contracted with Lancashire.
Yeah.
And I just had to fulfill my contract.
Well, that's
I didn't believe in breaking.
Admirable.
Even when Lancashire had been very good to me, because when India toured England.
You only made yourself available for the test matches?
Well, because...
I think that's great.
Because of my commitments with Lancashire.
Yeah.
I said Lancashire have been my,
that's
my
bread and butter, if you like.
Absolutely, bread and butter.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just the money, but I enjoyed playing county cricket. You played with the world's best here. You played with against the world's best bowlers. You played in the most difficult conditions in the world, where the ball swings in the air and moves off the pitch a lot more than in any other country.
How did you find that when you came to England? Because playing on relatively flat, slow, low pitches in India makes keeping difficult. The ball spins more in India.
Yes.
But you come here, it's completely different.
But you've got to adapt yourself, haven't you? You know what the conditions are there like. So over there, wicket keeping, you rise with the ball. I mean, everywhere. A good wicket keeper should rise. Listen, young wicket keepers, rise with the ball. Very most important thing. A lot of keepers these days get up too soon.
Stand up and have to go down. The wrong way around.
Same with the first slip as well.
Yeah.
They get up, come, and that fraction of a second that's lost, results in a dropped catch or a dropped stumping or something. So rise with the ball. Expect every ball to come in here, and the same principle applied over here, except that you rose a bit, bit quicker, because the ball bounced a little more, moved a little more. You anticipate the swing, the pitch and everything.
I'm chopping and changing a bit here, but you started keeping in '59, so late 50s into the 60s, and keepers traditionally in India were a little bit lazy then. They used to not bother taking the ball down the leg side.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it.
And blame the bowlers. Okay,
Paul, you hit the nail on the head. That is exactly what happened. Anything down the leg side. The wicket-keeper normally gave the bowler a bollocking. What are you doing? Ball properly. Aim for these gloves.
Your first game, you took 2 leg side stumpings, which was unheard of.
Yes, I'd never kept wickets in my life before. I had never kept wickets, and it was a club game.
Yeah.
And my brother, Darius, was a very, very good off-spinner. He used to rip. He used to give the ball a rip. He used to turn the ball from outside the off stump way down the leg side.
Yeah.
And I knew that he did that because I'd watched him play. I played him in the back garden. And I was amazed that the batsmen used to go for the on drive and miss, and they were out of the crease. And the ball just went for 4 byes. Why doesn't the wicketkeeper come round, gather the ball and stump the batsman? And that's exactly what was in my mind. As soon as I saw the batsman step out, I was way down the leg side. And the same thing I followed, keeping to Brian Statham over here. Because Brian Statham, he never realized how good he was. Great bowler. Mind you, they used to pick the seam those days. And the seam was about huge those days. George used to really give it a rip. And anything that pitched on the off and middle stump coming at that angle in, I was way down the leg side. Literally way down the leg side. And I got so many leg side catches of Brian Statham there.
Who's the best bowler you kept to? You've mentioned it. Surely you've just mentioned him, have you?
Brian Statham, I think, would be one
of
the greatest.
Right up there.
Because right up there. Because he cut them. He not only swung the ball, but he sort of cut the ball both ways. And with the seam or without, he was a great bowler.
Lancashire had been in a very barren patch when you came. They hadn't won a trophy since 1950.
Yeah.
And in your time at Lancashire, from 68 to 75, 76, Lancashire won 4 Gillette Cups and 2 John Player Leagues.
Well, that's a credit to the team. You know, we had a very good team.
Yeah.
You know, we had a very good captain, Jack Bond. Jack, I can't remember Jack doing anything on the pitch until he took that one catch at the Oval off Asif Iqbal. You know, we hardly saw him bat, or, you know, he never bowled. But his man management was terrific. The way he held the teams together, the lads together. You know, there was Peter Lever, Ken Shuttleworth. There were no test players except Brian Statham and Ken Higgs. Ken Higgs later came on. And by the time myself and Clive finished, you know, we had David Lloyd, Barry Wood, Frank Hayes, Peter Lever, Ken Shuttleworth.
It was a team of internationals.
Yes,
almost.
Harry Pilling should have played, actually.
Yeah,
you know, it was good enough. But we had a very, very good team. You know, David Hughes.
Yeah.
I mean, excellent bowler, great fielder. Jack Simmons, but you know.
That was one of the best Lancashire sides throughout time. Why didn't you win the championship?
Well, time and again, we were in the dressing room because of rain. I'm not looking for excuses here. But we were listening to Kent, Surrey, you know, all playing and getting points, whereas we were
watching the rainfall
and playing poker in the dressing room. I mean, this is one very funny incident. Cess Pepper was the umpire, and Frank Hayes and John Sullivan were the great poker players. They didn't play for big bucks or something, you know, just a little bit. And Cess Pepper wanted to get in the game, and he had 3 kings, and Frank Hayes had 3 aces, you know. And the bell went. Umpires had to go out, but Cess Pepper wasn't leaving his 3 kings alone. Anyway, I saw both the hands, and I thought this is getting out of hand.
Yeah.
So I said, Cess, you know, just show the cards, and, you know, because we got to go out on the pitch. And myself and Frank were batting, out batting. And as Cess Pepper lost, as we were walking out to the crease, I said to Frank, don't get the ball anywhere near your pads, you know. But this is what we enjoyed the game.
Yeah.
You know, there wasn't great money in the game. You know, we played, you know, when I joined Lancashire, and this is perfectly honest, I never even asked them how much they were going to pay me.
Really?
No.
It's not like you for it.
No. We didn't have agents or anything like that.
No.
Because Tommy Hickson was the chairman.
Yeah.
He just said to me, Farouk, you'll be happy here with Lancashire. And I would have been very happy to get on par player, you know.
Did they find you, they put you up, found you a house locally?
They found me a house in, in Sale.
Timperley, were you?
Timperley, and Sale. And that's where I became very friendly with George Best.
Oh, yeah.
George was one of my... He had
the Indian playboy and the Mancunian
he had
playboy.
just come from Ireland.
Yeah.
You know, new boy from Bombay. He was a new boy from Dublin or Belfast or wherever, you know.
Yeah.
But George and I got very, very close. You know, we went to the same club, Blinkers. You know, and it was good fun. He enjoyed a good curry.
I'm sure. Yeah. You struck up a really good relationship,
very
friendship with not only George, but with your Lancashire compatriot Clive Lloyd.
Indeed.
Well, I mean, you and Clive were inseparable when you played here.
Well, we were roommates.
Yeah.
You know, but the only...
We don't want any stories, Rookie, now.
Are you sure you don't want
Positive.
that one?
But Clive...
You know what I was going to say.
Clive was a phenomenal cricketer, wasn't he?
Bobby Charlton.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I got to know him very, very well. In fact, Matt Busby, Sir Matt Busby and Louis Edwards wanted to be the godfathers to my children.
Really?
You know, and in Bombay, we don't have godfathers and all that. So they didn't even, you know, I passed it off just very lightly. But I used to play golf with Bobby.
Yeah.
You know, quite often at Mir. As well. And India and Pakistan were at war. And I was about to make this crucial putt. And Bobby said, Rookie. He was the one who gave me the name, Rookie. He said, have you heard about this war between your country and Pakistan? I said, yeah, but what a time to bring it up. I'm about to make a crucial putt. He said, well, just wondering if you had thought of going back home and helping your countrymen out, you know. I said, I'll go when the fighting gets near my village. And he said, which village do you come from? And I said, Oswald Twistle, right in the heart of Lancashire. But I mean, when Bobby sadly passed away recently,
yes,
you know, I lost a very dear friend.
Yeah.
Because Bobby and Norma and myself and Judy used to,
yeah,
you know, socialize, you know,
yeah,
a little bit. Great man indeed.
Very good.
What a great footballer. But these are the memories.
Some great memories.
Manchester.
There.
This is Manchester.
Yeah.
This was Manchester United. At Manchester City, there were Franny Lee, Mike Summerby.
Yeah.
You know, these are the
great times in the 70s, weren't they?
Great times.
They really were. Let's just steer back to cricket a little bit. You must, from the way you played and the flamboyant nature with which you batted, you must have loved watching England bat and the influence of Brendan McCullum on the England team in the last 18 months.
Yeah, but I don't see that as anything new. You know, the style of...
Well, you won't, because you played like that
I mean,
35, 40 years ago.
A half volley is a half volley. A long hop is a long hop.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't hit those balls, you're not going to score any runs.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not going to score any runs, you're not going to win any matches.
Mm.
You know, you're not going to put the opposition under pressure.
Mm.
So naturally, you know, whatever you get. But, yeah, in Test cricket, this is good. While in T20, of course, that's the order of the day.
Farouk, there aren't many players of your generation, and you're well into your 80s now, who you could
I'm 86,
could comfortably say would fit into the modern game, and you are one of them. So you must have been a trailblazer in your day.
Well, I'd like to think so, but you never did it consciously. You know, it just came naturally,
mm-hmm.
as you just said it earlier.
Mm.
I was never coached, and
Mm-hmm.
perhaps that was a great help.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you see the ball, hit it.
Mm-hmm.
My first aim was to get runs, to score runs, not to defend my wicket.
Mm.
If I could score runs whilst defending my wicket, you know, I'd rather do that. If the ball was absolutely unplayable, of course, you had to, you know, to block it. But I looked at it this way, that almost every ball a batsman can score a run, because there are gaps in the field. You just angle your bat here and there, and there are singles available. So, I mean, there's no need for people to play. I used to tell Jeff Boycott, you know, in Lancashire, Yorkshire games, I said, hit the ball, you're too good a player to be blocking, you know, everything. And the reply I used to get was, "Naught to do with thee." The man from Bombay, you know, didn't know what the hell that meant.
That's right.
But I got the brief here. But you know, he was a great player, Jeff Boycott. Don't get me wrong, because when he batted, I had to go really sideways. He was right behind the ball. Shows the greatness of a player.
Yeah.
You know, to see where the ball was coming and all that. So he was a great player indeed. I mean, he must have been to score all those hundreds and, you know, all those runs. But he could have scored them at a slightly quicker rate, I think. He was good enough.
You'd have found it more entertaining had he done so.
I would have found it more entertaining behind the stumps. But he was good enough to do it. That's the thing.
What about the great Indian players of the current generation?
There's some fabulous
Virat
players.
Kohli, how do you...
Oh, he's a great player. I mean, he's
Do you know him? Do you know him well?
Oh, yeah, very well, yeah. I mean, these guys are all grown up in front of us. Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, who we, you know, Lancashire have...
Well, I signed him when I was... And unfortunately dislocated his shoulder the day after we signed him.
I know.
I'd have loved to have seen him play here.
Well, I don't know. Is it off the thing?
No, not probably. But he's moved on a bit. I mean, he was still at that time 3 years ago. He was just finding his feet. He's now become a world star, hasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, he was always a very good player. Then Surya Kumar Yadav. Have you come across him?
Yeah.
He's a phenomenal player. Although he's not, you know, he comes in too late.
Yeah.
By the time he comes into bat, it's hardly in the limited overs games.
Yeah.
He hardly has 1 or 2 overs to go. So. But Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Ishan Kishan, those are some very, very good players. And I think the Indian team at the moment is perhaps the strongest Indian team ever assembled collectively. Individually, there have been greater players.
You've been disappointed that they didn't manage to win the World Cup.
Well, they had a great spell. They had a bad day at the office in the finals. They came across a side, you know, that were superb, that out-captained, out-bowled, out-batted, outfielded India in every department. And they thoroughly deserve to win Australia. You can never write Australia off. You know, they are such good competitors.
Do you still travel? Do you go back to India a lot?
I do indeed, yes. But I haven't been since COVID.
Oh, right.
Because one thing or the other. And of course, India is a country I love. You know, I'm Indian through and through. I'm Lancashire through and through as well, and hugely proud to say so. But yes, indeed, my roots are very much in India. I don't have a house there or anything like that.
Right.
The property is, you know, sky high there, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I mean, anyone listening, any offers coming from India?
Gifts of houses, always welcome for Farouk. Farouk, it's been really good to chat to you. We've really enjoyed it.
As always.
You're a huge enthusiast. You're a Lancashire man through and through, as well as being an Indian, Mumbai individual and player through and through. It's been great. Great to talk.
Thank you on behalf of Lancashire, because Lancashire have been so, they've honoured me. You know.
Oh yes, with your new suite in the new hotel.
And, you know, in the new hotel and all that. You know, so I mean, it's
brilliant.
It's a huge honour.
Great stuff.
And you, myself, and Clive had a wonderful evening.
We did.
The other day together.
We did. We had a great time.
Let's hope we have many more.
I was going to say, let's hope that continues for a long time.
Sure,
Thank you
Paul.
very much indeed.
Thank you.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mestoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Mestoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
There's certain bits in it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of the being that was done over the last year. So many people say they're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here.
All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Have ball, catch,
throw, try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and his face is what a moment. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run, get the winning hit, on come the crowd. Been a really wonderful game of cricket.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
Hi and welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford with me, Paul Allott, for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I'm delighted to say that we have got the Managing Director of England Men's Cricket with us in the studio. It's a very warm welcome to Rob Key. Rob, great to see you. I didn't think I'd ever see you in this role, to be perfectly honest, having worked with you in various locations around the country, commentating for Sky. But here you are, and I must say that now we're into July, you've had a very interesting and successful start to your career, or your new career. What was it that finally made you take the role?
I did. Well, you didn't think I'd do this. If you'd have asked me this at Christmas time, I'd have thought, what are you talking about? There's no chance I'd be on the other side of the fence being an administrator. I mean, I love doing the job I had for Sky. I never thought in a million years. The only reason I thought I wouldn't be doing that is if I'd got sacked, to be honest, or I'd done something, or whatever had happened. So it was sort of after the Ashes, and you know what it's like, we used to do it all the time, and you're always sitting around because we love cricket. And we'd be in the back of the commentary box and be trying to work out, oh, what would you do? You do this, or why don't we do this, or why don't they do that? And then it was sort of Strauss, he'd asked me if I would be interested in the role, and I sort of thought, yeah, I suppose so. But never really thought that anything would come of it. But the thing that I suppose was the defining factor in it all was that now I feel like you've got some skin in the game. Now I feel, when you're on TV, you're coming up with a lot of ideas, but really, you might never know if they work or not. And you're never really sort of under pressure in that regard to see if your views have any meaning or if they're right. And what I felt is that on this side of the fence, you're going to be tested, it's going to be a challenge, but also you've got a chance to do some good for English cricket. And I suppose that was the overriding factor, really. It was just to see if I could do any good in the game, if I could actually help out on that side of it.
Was there a deep breath moment or a gulp when you actually realised, I am actually doing this job now, so now I've got to really perform, and I've got to put those thoughts that I have into action, into practice.
I think when I was on the train that first day, because working in TV again, there's a lot of time you're very, very busy. There's a lot of time when you're off as well. And then all of a sudden I thought, hang up, I'm going to be sort of flat out now. And I was on the train from Canterbury or Ashford to London on that first day, just after Easter, and I'd sort of said to Tom Harrison, yeah, I'll do it. I'll start on Tuesday. That was the Thursday I said I'd do it. So 4 or 5 days later, I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing this now. And then you sort of go into Lords and you get in, right, this is how it all works. And there was no one really in because either they're hybrid working or people are on leave for Easter. And I remember thinking, do you know what? I've no idea what this job actually is. But the greatest thing, I suppose, is the position that England are in, where Ashley Giles, Chris Silverwood, Graham Thorpe were no longer there. There was no national selector. So it was very clear, actually. It didn't really matter. All the administrative side of stuff I didn't have to worry about at that point, because I had to find coaches, find a captain, and then still we're looking for a selector, but I'll get round to that. So there was a very sort of clear focus on what I had to do. So it wasn't too bad.
No, and the best point, I suppose, or perhaps the worst point, depends how you look at it, was that you were starting, as you've said, with a clean slate, but you were starting with England at a very low position in red ball cricket, because they'd had a horrendous winter, as you've said, lost the higher ranking individuals, either had been removed before you came along, and you had no captain. So, from your point of view, the only way is up.
Well, and that was the same actually when we were interviewing coaches, because what we didn't do was say, right, we think you're going to be white ball, you're going to be red ball. We just sort of asked the field, and people obviously applied for the job, and so.
Well, sorry for interrupting, but you say that now because it's pretty self-evident that's. But did you really, truly, and honestly go in with a completely open mind? And we'll talk specifically about Brendan McCullum, because he had no pedigree as a red ball coach. He didn't have much pedigree as a coach. He'd coached in T20 franchises. So you say that now, but really, did you honestly think, I'm going to walk out of this room and Brendan McCullum's going to be my red ball coach?
Well, very early on, I thought that Brendan McCullum was one of the front runners for me. Forget about what everyone else thought. I always thought Brendan McCullum, but even before I was doing this job, I always thought, and I knew him a little bit, not a lot actually. We'd done a bit of commentary together, and I'd watched and I'd listened to the Cowdery lecture, and I'd watched what New Zealand did. And all you ever really want, I think, in anything, is you want people who are aligned to your philosophy and the way you think, and the way that you think the game should be played. And I was very clear on that, and that's what I wanted. And then you sit down and you interview, and there's loads of interviews we did with lots of different people, and you sort of work out who's most attuned to what you think. Because if you don't have that alignment in anything, then there's real trouble. I think that's where problems come. If you have a coach and captain who aren't aligned, if you have a managing director who's not aligned, if there's someone who has a different way of doing things. And that doesn't mean you can't challenge each other and have disagreements. That's not it at all. But your basic philosophy is the same. And that's what Brendan McCullum had. I had two choices, I saw it. I either had the England team in Test cricket needed someone who was going to be really tough on them, really hard, be like a drill sergeant, who was going to give no quarter, or they needed someone who was going to try and take the pressure off and try and get the best out of them in that way. Not by being soft on them, because actually Brendan McCullum takes no quarter at all. If there's anything that he's not happy with, then he's going to make sure he will pull those people up on it. But it was about how do you get the best out of these people, and that was my view. And that's when I spoke with Brendan, that's exactly how he saw it as well. And that was my sort of theory. I felt that England cricketers had a lot of people, and this is our culture, telling them what you can't do. Oh, I'll be careful of this. Don't do that. Oh, you can't do that. The problem is that's not particularly inspiring. And Brendan McCullum is the opposite of that. He sort of tries to broaden your horizons to what you can do.
So you had this debonair, dashing blueprint whirring around in your mind, thinking, this is really the way I want English red ball cricket to go. And Brendan McCullum was the man that sparked that for you? Or did you spark it and see him as being the ideal well, he can't be a catalyst, but innovator, if you like.
Well, yeah, he's the one. The only thing I would say, and that's why both of us, Brendan and myself, it's not I'm against it at all, but we don't use the Bazball comment, because what it's not, to me, you said it there, it is not about just playing shots and being aggressive. It's actually, how do you get seriously talented cricketers to make the most? You just get out of their way a little bit and you try and free them up. In a world now where there are so many people telling you what you can't do, whether that's in whatever you do, whether you're in politics or anything, and it's in our culture a bit, where I found it actually really fascinating. So we played against New Zealand in a manner, in a style, which actually Joe Root wasn't slogging. Johnny Bairstow people, they haven't been slogging in that regard.
You could have lost a couple of those games just as easily as you've ended up winning them.
Absolutely.
Let's be realistic about it.
Absolutely, but it's not about just going out there and being ultra aggressive. And what I found really interesting was that, so we won against New Zealand, and then straight away I was like, yeah, but that won't work against India. And it won't work against.
Who was telling you that?
No, in the media, you sort of read and everything, you know. And but that's what I think we do. That's what I do.
They're going to get their comeuppance. It's all going to go wrong.
Which there's every chance that might happen. But why are we getting so far ahead of ourselves? Let's concentrate and focus on what we can control now, today, which is very much Brendan and Stokes' thing. It's like, let's go out and entertain people today, not worry about the future. And it's the same thing, you know, we've got our plans in mind, and there's a hell of a lot of thought that goes into what these guys have done. And it's the same thing, you know, and then it's like we beat India, and it's like, now it's, yeah, but this won't work against Australia. And it's like, no, okay, it might not, but that's not an inspiring message to give. That's fine for everyone else to be talking about that. But in our dressing room, we've got to be talking about what people can do, how you can succeed, what is possible, not living in this world that we do a bit of, oh yeah, but you can't do this. Yeah, but you can't hit on the up. You can't do that to so-and-so. It's like, all right, guys, yeah, we know that.
Excuse the pun then. What is the key to exploring this self-expression for the players? Because it's the same players that were played through the winter in a completely different environment, obviously, but they've been allowed to come out and express themselves. How have you managed to turn that?
Well, what I would say is that's my theory. How Brendan and Stokesy have done it really is the key, and it's little things. It's how do you give people confidence? The game, as you know, as everyone who's played any sport knows, we're different players when we're confident. You know, look at the white ball side here. We've had a tough time against tough oppositions. You know, but they're just lacking that little bit of confidence. But that will come back, and they'll fly again because there's some seriously good players in that. And I watched, so it's the language and the terminology that's used in the dressing room from them. It's not a negative, you know, oh, be careful of this, watch out for that, don't do this on here. And it's little things really, like Alex Lees, for example, who had played fairly in a stodgy manner in the Caribbean. And he got 20 odd in the second innings at Lord's. And Joe Root had played brilliantly. Joe Root had won the game with a fantastic 100. You know, and a game that was in the balance, and Ben Folkes had played really well. So it was obvious that those guys had been the standouts. But Stokes, he sort of made a real point with Alex Lees in the dressing room afterwards, and just like, Alex, the way you went and played there, that intent you showed, that's what we want. That's the best I've ever seen you play for England. So they're giving full clarity on how they want someone to play, which actually, if you look at it, at times, when I was playing, we lived in a world where coaches were constantly saying, don't play that shot. You know, if you look to leave, you know, just don't play outside off stump, just leave that ball. But when you do that, the best way, as we all know, to do that is to think positively about it, to look to score and then leave. And it's that sort of thing that they've been talking about. And the same with Johnny, who actually had played a big shot at Lord's in the second innings. He came out playing, shot a ball, and he got out, sort of drove a couple, then he went once more and he got bowled. Now, a lot of people would have actually said, what are you doing there? That was the last ball of his spell. Switch on. You know, why don't you think about that? Why did you do that? Don't do that again. Whereas actually what they did, they turned and said, the way you played there, that's what we're about. There's more of that. So whether they thought that was the right thing he did there or not, but actually the next time, how much more confidence do you feel with that? And it's those things. And the same with the ball to Jimmy, Broady. It's not being about like, if we look to keep the scoreboard under control and we look to, you know, if we don't let the batsman score, then we'll get wickets. Actually, it's very simple, their thing is, it's like, we look to take wickets with the ball. And you have to, and Brendan sort of says everything better than me, but it's like you have to be malleable enough to change the plan when the team requires it, you know, and do what Ben's asking as the captain and what the team wants you to do. And they've loved it because actually it's like taking away some of the fear of going for a few runs. But you can still, with that, you look to take wickets, but you also still look to stop them scoring. It's just not your primary objective. So you're giving everyone more options. And there's something in it for everyone. It does not mean that if you're a less aggressive player that there's not a place for you in this team. No, that's not the case. This might hopefully just bring more out of you because it's just freeing you where you're not living in this world of don't do this.
It's very clear that there's an awful lot of enthusiasm from within you, which obviously transfers through to your lieutenants, and I use that term not as an insult, but and I think whatever else you've done and you've transformed, I'm saying you, but there has been a transformation in the way Test cricket has been played. It sent out a message not only to England but to the rest of the world about the way the game is played, and it's captured the imagination of the cricket watching and the sports watching public. That must gratify you.
Yeah, I've loved that fact, but that's all down to Ben and the way that, and Brendan in particular, because it's little things to me. Sport is not just about winning. I know we sort of tell our kids, and I get really annoyed when people sort of say, no, it's the taking part. No, I'm not saying that at all. But actually there is a style and a way. This is meant to be entertainment. You know, most people aren't fortunate enough to be professional cricketers. They've got proper jobs, real lives, real struggles, and actually cricket's the thing they want to watch to get away from that. You know, it's the escape, and we're in these guys playing for England are in a privileged position to be able to try and entertain them. So when you go to Trent Bridge, and I wouldn't have done it, you know, because I don't think like that, but what Brendan said at tea about on that last day about we're going, what do they need, 160 or something?
Yeah,
I was in Holland. I was in Holland
tonight.
actually.
Was that it?
No, it was the last day at Trent Bridge.
Oh,
The game was in the balance. Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes were in, and there were 160 needed. What's that? Probably 6 wickets left. And at tea, most of us, as you would know, in the dressing room as a captain, we go, let's just have a look here, lads. You know, let's just see what's going on.
Yeah.
Whereas Brendan and Ben were like, we're winning this game. And and I don't know exactly, but Brendan was like, I'll take responsibility. If we don't win this, I'll take responsibility. I don't care what you know, it's on me, whatever. We're going out to win this no matter what. You know, and that clarity, and then Johnny goes out and plays the way he did. Now, when you look back on that, with a packed house on the last day at Trent Bridge, the only thing that we couldn't have done there was, the only thing that was the wrong thing to do with hindsight was to block out for the draw. I think we would have got more respect and more belief almost from the fans, the crowds, in the way that we went and played that game and the fact we gave it a go. And if it hadn't worked, I still think people would have been proud actually of what they tried to do. The fact we actually went and won it and Johnny played that unbelievable innings and Ben did, it then sort of captured the imagination even more. But that's what this is, you know, you and I have done it. This is not life and death, you know, and yet we treat it at times in professional sport like it's a proper job, and it's not. It's like, this is the best time of your life as a 20 plus something. Make the most of it.
Let's just take it down a level, because the message is very clear, I think, that we now want and expect county cricket, red ball cricket, to follow and think about, or certainly think about and hopefully follow, the example that's been set in the last 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
And let's not forget we're doing this for Lancashire TV, so there's an awful lot of county supporters watching this. How is this going to impact on the counties and in terms of play?
Yeah.
But also, and we'll come on to this perhaps in a little bit more detail in a minute, about the impact that England has on county cricket. Let's do the first bit first, about the way we play. And you have been, I'm not sure critical is the right word, you have been realistic about in your comments about county cricket and the pitches we play on. And of course, being here at Emirates Old Trafford, we tend to look at this in shock and horror because we are pleased to have one of the best grounds in the world here. And the pitches are good, and you would know that. And if every county pitch was like this, I don't think you'd have a complaint. But so how is this going to transform English county cricket as well? How's it going to affect county cricket?
Well, similar. I mean, that again, because people would say, why is it important? Surely it's just important about winning. Yeah, okay. Why do you need a brand? Why do you need a style of play or whatever? But it's actually, it's like, well, if you look at what the white ball team did, it wasn't about winning the World Cup. What Owen Morgan did and Trevor Bayliss was that they changed the way, a mentality as much as anything for our white ball game. And now you look at probably every county, every club, that way of playing has filtered down. So now we have so many batsmen coming through that play in that method. You know, these young players, now you could argue it's an easier way to go about things in white ball cricket. It's not quite as straightforward in Test cricket, which is true. So you hope it has a knock-on effect, that it inspires a few people to want to play the longest form, and actually that there is a way that, you know, Test cricket or the longer form of cricket does not mean you have to defend your wicket like it's your life, is the thing. Whether it does, we'll wait and see, but you're absolutely right. Then the other part of that is other things that it's not quite under me, but it's in my sort of remit, but it's something that I have an influence in, I'd like to think, is things like pitches. And to be fair, this year the pitches have all seemed better. And that's a big thing. And you're absolutely right. Here is probably one of the best, if not the best, wickets in the country because of one thing, really. It's got pace and bounce. You know, and it's not with pace and bounce because it's left so much grass on it that it goes everywhere. And that, the reason why I think it's so important, because you find out who the best bowlers are, because you've got to be a proper bowler to bowl on that surface. If you're a spinner, you're going to get a bit out of it, but it's not going to be ridiculous. You're going to have to earn your time. And if you're a batsman, you're going to have to bat well to score runs on it. And that, then, when you look at this year where the wickets have been better, whether it's the ball or whatever have you, look at Potts. Because it's a good decision getting Potts, and you know he plays with Stokes, so that's lucky.
We've seen him for a while.
Correct.
You and I, we've seen him play county cricket for 3-4 years.
Correct.
And he's been not a total standout, but he's somebody you tick.
But also because he's done it at a time when it's really tough to be a bowler. This year, when no one else was getting wickets, he's learned. All that means is to be successful, you have to be more accurate. You have to do something with the ball. You know, and then it's an easy selection because he's getting 7-footers, and we've seen him, and that Mo Bobat, who's the performance director, has seen him from under-19 cricket. So there's this whole pathway in place, and then because he's played in the right conditions, his game leaps forward. And it's the same. There's been so many players like that. I mean, we picked the white ball squads. You got, I mean, like Gleeson.
That's been miraculous the way he's come back into the game. He's hardly bowled a ball for 2 years. And he bowls 93 mile an hour guns now.
I know, and then you must be frustrated as ex-director of cricket thinking, oh, finally we'd had him for 2 years. But that's the investment that you guys have put in that's now going to benefit English cricket. Fingers crossed. But that's, he's learning in conditions that, it's like when they played, that was great. He did it against India in that batting lineup. On those conditions, it's like, he's
got himself an IPL contract now, hasn't he? Well, it'll be close anyway.
But you know what I mean? Like, if you do that, you've got to feel you've got to feel 10 foot tall.
I agree. It's a good point you make about promoting players or developing players to play international cricket. That is what counties are for. Generally, it should be one of their highest aims to produce the best quality cricketers that they can do. And then obviously there's a natural progression from county cricket into the international. The biggest frustration that supporters and counties have, I think, is that there appears to be, or has appeared to be, a lack of empathy with the counties from England. a particular case in point, the T20 competition that's just gone by, which is a good competition, and for my mind should be promoted a little bit more than it is. But we had a great set of quarterfinals, semi-final, final, all without the England players. There were one or two released, grant you that. But would that be a frustration for you that you can't release more? And is that something you might be looking to address?
That's something, again, with the schedule this year, that has been a frustration, really, because generally, and what we've tried to do is release people as much as we can. So throughout those quarterfinals, I was constantly talking to the coaches, who were very good as well. We said, we don't want people sitting on the bench, which is a massive bonus this year from COVID times, when actually everyone had to stay there. Or, you know, and a lot of the time, people are still living in this COVID where, you know, with the way that people did things back then, businesses and stuff like that, you don't have to keep people around. So what we've tried to do as much as we can is release people to play for their counties. You know, and the problem's been when there's been a game the next day or something. And to the point even where we've said to them, I say, right, okay, we've got 3 ODIs, for example, coming up. Do you think that you're going to play every bowler? Is it realistic that every seamer is going to play every game? And we'd say, generally, you say, well, no, there's a chance that one might need to be rested here or there. I said, right, okay, let's try and make it so that if you're going to rest, let's say, I think it might be David Willey at some point. He's got finals day on the Saturday. Let's rest him for that Sunday so then he can go and do that. So we've tried as much as we can to do that. And what we're trying to do is make sure that in so many instances, the schedule's a schedule at the moment. That's something that's not what we necessarily do, but
you'll have an influence over it, though.
Well, you hope so, yes, going forward.
Yeah.
And this year's been particularly tough because we had that India test match that was a make-up test from this one. We've got to go to Holland because we didn't go during COVID time. So you hope that we can get that better in the future. But generally, you know, we sort of have tried as much as we can. And what we want to do, actually, and we're trying to do, is when we have the conversations about the various players, whether it's centrally contracted ones, which Lancashire have a lot, what we're trying to do is actually work with the counties. So actually to sit round together with Chile, Chappie, the S&Cs, the physios, the people on our side, and actually say, well, what do we all think is best for this player? You know, what do we all think is best for Joss Butler or whoever, Liam Livingstone, whoever it is, and then come up with something that works so that we can give some ownership back to the counties to say, you know, you guys, you producing these players, keep going with it. How can we help rather than us telling you what to do all the time?
That's really good, and what I would have hoped you would do and expect from you. Let's just talk a little bit about the structure. There's going to be a review, or there is an ongoing review. The structure is a thing that frustrates not only players and administrators, and probably you and me, but also member supporters. Would you consider, and are you considering, reducing the number of county games, which I think would be a good thing, and reducing the red ball games perhaps to a division of 12 and 6 and have 11 games in the first division, and then for the white ball T20 just reduce that a little bit, and 50 over, and that may be your most contentious area, given one or two comments that have been passed over the last couple of weeks. Wasim Akram said it's probably on its way out. We all thought about that actually in 2015 when the competition was in Australia, and Brendan McCullum, no less, resurrected the way to play 50 over cricket. So we're going back a bit now, 7 years. Anyway, so in terms of the domestic structure, for me it has to change, and it has to be streamlined, and there has to be more time made. Now, you can't make time, so what you do, you take games out of it to create time. Or have I answered your question?
No, I think you've answered your own question. No, what it is there's two things. That the high performance review is not just a domestic structure review. And at the moment, where there's lots that you've got the first class counties chairman, you've got the CEOs, you've got various different groups that we're all sort of getting. We're canvassing opinions really to try and work out what everyone who's got a stake in the game really thinks the best thing to do is. So we're not at the point where we're saying you're going to reduce games, you're going to have more games, less games or anything. We're at the point now where we're trying to, because what we want to really do is take the game with us with this, rather than actually just do it to the game, just say, right, this is what's happening, this is what you're going to do. So whether it is less games, more games, whether it's whatever, that part is what's being thrown around at the moment, trying to work out the best way, along with so much of what is high performance. So how can we help to make more pitches like Old Trafford? How can you help under-19 cricket? All these things are getting thrown into the mix. And at some point over the next month or two, we'll start firming up some ideas. But lots of suggestions are in the melting pot at the moment. And I genuinely, I'm not trying to hide anything, I couldn't tell you if it's going to, how it's going to end up. There's lots of different ideas, but as you know as well, it's incredibly tough to work out exactly the best way for everyone. But I also think there's part of it that's got to be how can the England team and the England setup help county cricket as well, not actually it's county cricket's job to help us all the time. So I don't know where that's going to end up at the moment, but that's all the things you've spoken about are in the melting pot.
Let's just move on quickly to white ball cricket. You've had a wonderful, I can't say honeymoon period, that's rubbish, but you've had a great start to your red ball performances. White ball's been difficult and is probably destined to get a little bit more difficult before it gets better, because you've got new personnel in Matthew Mott's come in, he's lost his captain, you've lost your talismanic all-rounder in Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting one for you, because you were obviously charged, or you thought that red ball cricket would be the
easy one,
and the white ball will just take care of itself. Ain't working that way at the moment, is it?
No, but the one thing I would say about that is that one, I didn't know that Owen Morgan was going to, but Morgs never gave me a guarantee that he was going to do it. And I always felt that he would do what he felt was right, not for him, for English cricket actually. So, you know, Joss has come in, who I think is an outstanding captain, and from dealing with him, he's been fantastic. They've just played against a very, very good side in India, where the ball did actually more than they were expecting. You know, the injuries to our bowlers hasn't hit us in Test cricket at all, because we've got Anderson Broad and then Potts has come about, so we've not really felt it at all. And we felt it a bit more in white ball cricket, and the batsmen haven't quite been at their best. And a lot of that could be down, the pitch at the Oval had a bit more in it, all those things, you know, there's probably lots of different factors. But when I look at teams, what concerns me more is when you don't have the resource, i.e. you don't have the cattle, you don't have the players. But I look at our batting lineup at Bairstow, you know, you've got Bairstow, Roy, Joe Root, whoever these people are, Joss Butler, Liam Livingstone, Salt. There's all these guys. You've got Brooke knocking around. You've got so many to choose from. They'll find form at some point. So I'm quite pleased. I'd much rather we'd played against like a team like that Indian team. And we'd have seen the Gleesons and the people, and Chris Jordan bowled well, Topley bowled well. We started to find out about people properly against a good side, rather than playing someone or a team that were nowhere near as good as us, and we just blitzed through them and we wouldn't learn anything. So I've been quite pleased actually that we're in this period of play. And I also think, you know, people forget, you know, Joss, Matthew Mott, you're quite right. It's going to take them a little bit of time to make it their team and find their rhythm. People forget, you know, Morgs captained England in the World Cup in 2015 as well, and it took him a little while to find his voice and the way that he wanted people to go about it. I think Joss will find that quickly, and it won't take long before they start taking it to another level. There's two seriously good people there with Joss and Matthew Mott. So I'm actually, you know, I think we're in a better place in white ball cricket now than we were at the start of this competition, because of some of these bowlers coming through, you know. And then you add to that into the mix, like you got Wokes, Archer, Wood, all these guys, and you think, hang up, you know, this is looking pretty good. We've got more options now than we did.
You've mentioned about 20 players there, which brings me to my next point, selection.
Yeah.
Because you haven't, I want to say haven't addressed it, you probably haven't needed to so far, but there is going to come a point where you're going to have to think about how you structure your selection, and who is going to do that, and what sort of format it's going to take, how many people, etc.
Yeah.
Are you basically, in charge of that at the moment, doing it off your own bat?
Yeah, so I'm effectively the head selector. And what we do is with each team at the moment, so you've got Ben, Brendan, myself as the vote, as it were. Because what I like, I can't bear wasting time. So it's like if you all sit around and go, I want him, I want him, I want him, and you go, okay, we've all debated this long enough. Who you having, who you having, who you having? Vote's done, then we move on. And there's been times actually where we haven't always agreed, and it's worked, it works well. And then you see where I'm very lucky, and I couldn't do this job, the performance director, who's been there for a while actually, Mo Bobat, who's an unsung hero actually of English cricket, who has done so much work behind the scenes, never really got any credit for it, from right back to working with Straussy when they set up this plan for England in white ball cricket, all of that. And Mo's fantastic, and he's on that panel. David Court as well, who's in charge of player ID. You've got a whole scouting network of people. I've got a good, whether it's like contacts book in my phone, I can speak to people, whether it's you, whether it's Bumble, whether it's Athnas, anyone around. I can speak to players about, that I still know and say, what's it like facing Potts? So we've got this huge network of people. So it's not about like a head selector. It's someone who's going to actually facilitate that process, deal with the media, all those things. Because, if I want to know about pathway cricket or the next best coming through, Mo, David Court,
you've got
every scout they have.
People around you.
We've got great people, which I think is leadership. Actually, one thing I think I've got to be. I don't know how to really do emails properly. I don't know how to do a lot of stuff. But what I do think, I'd like to think I'm a decent judge of character and a person. And I just make sure I've got good people around me that can challenge me and make good decisions. And Mo's certainly been brilliant. The two of us have worked very well together, and that's really helped me. And a lot of the decisions have been joint in that regard. So the head selector or selector, however we slice it up, is about the person that fits into that group. The person that can help facilitate that, to be present at county games, to make sure that they're on tour at times, so you're just keeping the process in check when I can't necessarily. So I can't tell you exactly where I'm at with it. We need someone, whether it's where exactly they fit into that is a different thing.
All in the fullness of time. Just to wrap this up, it's not quite obvious from the way we've talked and the time we've taken, which time has flown, that you're hugely enthusiastic about English cricket, international cricket in all its forms, developmental cricket. How important is county cricket to you, the county system and the counties that provide all these players?
Well, you see, people at times when I was working for Sky, probably because I had to go at pitches or stuff like that, felt if I was anti, but actually this is where I'm from. I know more about, I've got more of an affiliation to county cricket than a lot of people. I didn't play a huge amount of international cricket, but I also see the potential for county cricket. When I got into this job, and people, I said, I remember people asking me about, well, will you be able to do this? Will you be able to do that? I said, I've got a downer on English cricket like a lot. It seems like a lot of people. I'm so optimistic about things. I look at the players that are coming through the county system. As I said, there's so many good players coming through. I think it's hugely important, because without that, you haven't got an England team really. So I'm incredibly optimistic, incredibly positive about county cricket and what it can provide.
Well, I think after this chat, there'll be an awful lot of people in the cricketing world hoping that you'll do as much as you can to safeguard the county cricket structure. Well, the structure will change, but the county cricket players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that generally, we're that close in English cricket to having everything, to being really good at Test cricket, to be really good at white ball cricket as well. And we're not far away. A little change of mentality here and there, and we're getting one step closer. And there's going to be a real rocky road ahead at times, I'd imagine, with this England team. And it's not always going to be where they're winning and stuff like that. But as long as we keep that mentality right throughout English cricket, I think we've got a good chance.
Rob, thanks very much. You've started brilliantly as Managing Director of Men's Cricket. Let's hope it continues for many, many years to come. Thanks for being here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Cheers, Will.
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. Well, I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest, so using an experienced agent like my story would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with your goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Certain bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of being done over last year. So many people say they're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here.
All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Laugh, ball,
Catch, thrill, try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has. What a moment.
Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's pair brother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On comes the crowd.
It's a really wonderful game of cricket. That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for six. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
professional elite sport.
And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. We are back again.
It isn't a nice Sunday school tea party. There are no hiding places.
It's another monster hit for 6.
I know we are good enough, but we're just not showing it on the pitch.
You put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. Doesn't work like that, does it?
It means so much. It means so much to me, the staff and everyone in it.
A few wins put together, maybe they could actually reach finals day.
Well, that's a ferocious looking shot.
We don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity.
They're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The reality dawns, that is what professional sport is.
Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I've got with me a man who's no stranger to Emirates Old Trafford, former Director of Cricket here at Lancashire. It's Ashley Giles. Ashley, good day to you, and it's really good that you've taken time out to come and say hello to us. Do you still have good feelings about the old place?
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure to come back to Emirates Old Trafford, to Lancashire. Actually, my wife and I often talk about my time here, which is only 2 years, but 2 really important years in my career. But my wife, Stina, always comments that I was incredibly well looked after here, really well looked after and welcomed by everyone at the club. So really fond memories, of working with everyone from, you guys who were on the board, right through all the coaching staff and the players, and it was also a great privilege. It's a fabulous ground, fabulous history, and I feel really privileged, as I say, to have worked with 2 of the biggest clubs in the country in Warwickshire and Lancashire. Yeah, I mean, your time here came after a spell with England as one-day international coach, and I think at the time you were very much of the mind that you didn't want to just coach. You wanted to try and step up and move into a sort of directorship type role. Would that be true? Absolutely, yeah, spot on. And at the same time, I started a master's course, a degree course in sport directorship here in Manchester. I've always wanted to sort of broaden my horizons or push my boundaries as to what I could do and my experiences. I love coaching. I still love coaching. And in many ways, that's the bit I missed and miss, is that one-to-one connection you get with a player on sort of taking him on that journey from A to B, or a team from A to B. Clearly, when you make that step to directorship, you are slightly more removed, and you've got to be more removed because your role is different. It's more strategic. It's more broad. But and Lancashire was certainly a good learning curve for that for me, because I was both coach and also stepping into the boardroom. I was going to say that it was an important step for you because you were ostensibly still doing a fair amount of coaching, so there was still that one-to-one and team liaison type role. And I think you probably, I don't think you'd be exaggerating to say that you laid the foundations along with Glenn Chappell of this current squad. Although you look back to 2015, there are very few players that played in the T20 final that are still here now. Yeah, absolutely. And I did see it was important transition years, I think, for Lancashire, and we both worked through that in bringing some of these young players through, giving them opportunities, as well as making sure you looked after those very solid citizens you have in a dressing room, and some of them are still playing. I mean, Crofty's still out there, which is extraordinary. It is. Great credit to him and playing as well as ever this summer. But yeah, I really enjoyed that, and actually when I look back, because my first role at Warwickshire was both sort of coach and director, and that was a similar role to I had here. And in many ways, they're the most enjoyable because you get the best of both. It's very challenging, and in the modern world, with the amount of cricket we're playing in the different competitions, very difficult. But I did enjoy that role.
And when you were in that role at that time, we're going back 7-8 years now, how important was it to you to develop the next layer of talent, if you like, to look at the way the academy and the age group structure was set up?
Yeah, it always has been, and was, and is still. I think that's the fundamental bit of our cricket, both our clubs and internationally. We've got to be, in an ideal world, looking at a strategy that's long term, that's sustainable over a long period. And I've always tried to, and probably maybe sometimes to my detriment, move away from quick fixes and winning tomorrow. Sometimes you have to do that. You have to be aware of that. It's still not always possible. But I've always wanted to, I'd rather build over years than months, because I think that's better from a sort of legacy piece, to leave something behind. Even if when you're gone, that structure remains and grows. And hopefully Lancashire's got a bit of that. I hope, and I certainly think, looking at the Warwickshire squad as well, that I went back to, I suppose what we did, myself and Jim Troughton, and then now Paul Farbrace coming in, have built a squad that has had success and hopefully will over a long period.
Well, I think you're quite right with Warwickshire, but I think you're also right with that Lancashire have done that, and that it's been a club policy to develop academy and their own talent, and that's self-evident when you look at the sides that are playing now. But when you were in charge, I think probably the two standouts that came through in your time here were Liam Livingstone and Hasib Hamid.
Yeah, and both fantastic players.
You you championed Liam a little bit, didn't you? You got him into the side, and batted him lower middle order initially,
and in a very different role. And Hass was is a different customer altogether. Yeah. But I hope one of the things I did, because Lancashire has got such a wide net of talent and available talent.
It's a huge area, isn't it?
A huge area.
The whole of the Northwest.
And there's a huge amount of talent that's always come through your academies and youth systems. It's almost creating the opportunity for that talent. And so I think Liam was a good example where, yes, when he first came in the side, he batted 7 and got runs. But I think in good sides or in mature sides, you allow yourself to do that, is to play a player that you might not be sure about, but actually it should be the senior players around him that pick up the slack. And if he does well, it's a bonus. But if he doesn't, he'll learn and he'll grow from that. But you're not expecting someone to come in and smash it up from ball one.
That's the ideal scenario, isn't it? To fit your 1 or 2 highly talented youngsters into a framework that contains some solid senior professionals.
Absolutely. That's the difference between mature and immature teams. It's not them as personalities, it's them as a group. The amount of cricket they've played. And my experiences, even going back as a player at Warwickshire in the early 90s, were exactly the same. That I was able to go into a team that had had success, that knew its game, and not feel the pressure of having to get 5 wickets every time I bowled or runs. But if I did, it was a bonus. But I was learning from the best as well. It was, I think they're the best environments to work in.
Plenty of commentators, the public, supporters say, well, you've got to give the youngsters a chance. But you can't give them all a chance at the same time, because that just leads to inexperience and not almost inevitably, but very often failure.
Absolutely. You can ruin them. You can burn youngsters, and getting that timing right. So sometimes you put people in. I think back then, even Saqib was another example who we played, but always with the mind, well, you might have to pull them out. They might not be quite ready, but you want to. I'd rather err on the side of giving them an opportunity to pull them back than never knowing, just sitting on the sidelines. But it's got to be in a controlled way that doesn't, as I say, and you said, burn them.
Do you think our county system, from a county perspective, allows the development of talent to come through sufficiently. And I'm not necessarily pointing this towards England.
Yeah.
Whilst everybody probably admits that the county system is there to try and provide England players of the future, it would have to do that. Would be part of it, but it has to stand on its own 2 feet as well, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. So,
and is it set up to do that now?
Well, if I just talk about that, I think. You know, I always saw my role as a head coach, director of cricket, and I think you did as two-pronged. You know, you absolutely a responsibility to try and win things for that county. That's why you're there, and that's what you're being paid for. But we also have a responsibility to try and produce England cricketers, and you've got to try and move these two things along together, which isn't always possible. And there are times when the short-term pressures become really big. And so the choices between playing a young player, giving him opportunities, giving him time, perhaps, are somewhat conflicted by winning tomorrow. And I think many of the counties have faced that problem. Many of the directors of cricket have faced that problem. And in a system that has promotion, relegation, not saying that's right or wrong. We're not going to get into that debate, I don't think. But it can place those pressures.
Well, there are so many different variables and systems that are promoted, proposed, talked about in terms of divisional cricket for the county championship, whether it should be 3 6s, 10 and 8 as we've got now, or 12 and 6, or whatever. I mean, you can talk, and we've been talking about this in my lifetime in cricket, sort of 45 years, never come to perhaps a satisfactory conclusion. But having said that, you're probably ideally positioned now and placed, having spent enough time in the county game and having an elevated position in England, within the England setup, to realise that there is always going to be a bit of a conflict between county and England.
Always.
And I'm not sure how you can get over that.
Well, yeah, and I'm not sure, but I made the point during the winter, which I don't mind repeating, is that there's got to be, both sides have got to come together on this. There's got to be collaboration on what the best thing for the English game as a whole is. At the moment, I'm not sure those things are aligned. We're obviously playing a lot of cricket, a lot of different formats of cricket, and I think we've got to, I mean, ultimately for championship cricket, which is what we're here for, which I'm watching today, which is great, because we're watching two good teams on a good pitch at a great ground. You know, it's really, really going to be, it's tough cricket. I think we've got to find a way to play more championship cricket spread through the summer. You know, we, again, probably spend an hour or 2 hours working out how we might do that, but we've got to find a way to do that.
Well, I hear what you say, and I'm encouraged by the county cricket that I've seen already this summer. We've been blessed with a dryish April. And the only thing that I will say that you would perhaps need that we haven't had so far is a bit more pace in the pitches. I think the pitch has been pretty good generally, runs scored, and it's hard work for bowlers to take 20 wickets in a match.
Yeah.
So you've just said it. We're Lancashire, Warwickshire, 1 and 2 in the county championship last year on a test match pitch, basically. This is the sort of cricket that the selectors should be looking at and making decisions from, in my view.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. This feels to me to be the top, and this wouldn't be the only game in the country, but this is the sort of top end of cricket. I think your point around pitches is a good one, the pacing pitches. And I think if we spread 4-day cricket throughout the summer a bit more, we'd have more variance or variation in that, and you probably have more pace later in the year. There's no doubt the weather actually in April is pretty good.
Generally.
It's generally pretty good. And we've got some very good groundsmen who can prepare very good pitches. But they're still going to lack some pace at this. You know, you'd have to be a magician to get them rock hard and flying through at this point. And we know, well, what you want to do is play on varying pitches in varying conditions. But at the very top end, yeah, you want some pace and some carry, and guys who can bend their backs being rewarded for doing that over long periods on generally good wickets, good surfaces.
If you had a magic wand, and you've already said we need to try and play more 4-day cricket in the summer. I think there are 5 games actually in June and July this year, which is not bad, better than it has been. But if you had a magic wand, would you continue with all forms of the game that there are now? I think it's a given that we've got to carry on with 100 because you know the amount of money and time and effort and marketing and that has gone into that. I think I'm answering my own question. I think T20 cricket's essential for the counties, and we've got to play 4-day cricket. So we've got to try and fit it all in.
Absolutely.
And that's the eternal question.
It is, and then 50-over cricket. You know, we've got a World Cup coming up next year. We're world champions, and whilst in this current generation it won't have such an impact, but if we're continuing to play World Cups that are 50 overs, and you know there is a chance some of the next generation of players won't even play 50-over cricket, and you know I know that the way we set up for our 50-over cricket, which is fantastic, is more suited to the shorter format anyway. But I suppose if I had a magic wand, what would I do? I'd still find a way to play a more consistent, you know, championship cricket through the summer.
So blocks, basically.
But I would, you know, and this is me talking. I would think about, you know, how we could do the T20 slightly differently. It's a very good competition. The quality of cricket's good. But could we play that? I know it goes against this, you know, what we moved to in not swapping formats all the time. But maybe a more appointment to view once a week, Friday or Saturday night.
Let's just make it clear here. There's no agenda in this discussion. This is Paul and Ashley having a chat. So it's personal views. It's interesting what you say about 50-over cricket, because one of your the finer achievements, I think, in recent years was to be head of England cricket when we won the World Cup in 2019. And you talk about 50-over cricket. I remember covering the 2015 World Cup out in Australia and New Zealand. And prior to that, it was thought and mooted that this might be the last World Cup of 50-over cricket.
Yeah.
And it was New Zealand coming along and McCullum playing the way he did and challenging the norms of 50-over that reinvigorated the game, which was great.
Yeah.
And that probably sparked England, because we'd been perennial failures from way back in the 70s. We'd never won it. So it's time we did, and we did. So basically, did that consume your thoughts in your England role at the time?
Well, year one, certainly. That was my first year in the job, was leading into the World Cup. And you know, most of that preparation had been done by Strauss, Morgan, Bayliss leading into that. But I felt great pressure in getting that over the line. You know, we went into that as favourites. There was a period through that tournament where we looked like we may not even make semi-finals. And so, you know, my job then is almost just trying to support, pull everyone together, make sure we're staying on track, which I know, you know, Owen Morgan and well, Owen's going to do. Trev was still very relaxed, but my job
always
is to
appeared very
support that.
relaxed, Trevor.
Yeah, incredible. And I think that sort of came to head before the India group game at Edgbaston, and I think the guys sat down and said, you know, what are we worried about here? You know, we know there's the expectation. We know we all have those personal worries about what might not happen, and we've been on that journey. Let's just play the way we've been playing and go out and play with that confidence and in an aggressive way, and can't fault them. It's obviously a bit twitchy, and looking at strategy, you know, that strategy that was probably over 5 years in the making, or 4 years in the making, we still only won on the last ball of the tournament of a super over.
On a countback.
On a countback. So that's how tight it is. So that had to be the strategy, and it, you know, but whatever. I guess I'm not going to say too much about it. Whatever one hand gives, you lose something.
Well, I was going to come on to a more general point, really, about prioritising, whether you're in charge of a county or you're in charge of an international team. There is so much cricket played.
Yeah.
There are so many different tournaments, so many different series, so many different forms of the game, that the hardest thing, I think, must be to treat each game, match, series with equanimity.
Yeah.
It's impossible because you have to have a priority at some point.
Yeah, so firstly, from a county point of view, and this is just my experience again, would be to, we start every season with the high hopes, we challenge for everything. And then I think as the season ebbs and flows, sometimes you're surprised. So for us, when I was at Warwickshire, the 11 season, the way playing championship cricket, finished runners-up to you guys, to Lancs, and then 1 in 12, was a bit of a surprise the way we took this uptick. But our white ball cricket dropped off. I think the way, us winning T20 in 15 here, we struggled through some of the group stages, but peaked at the right time. And then you sort of put your foot on the throat. With England, absolutely, we've had to, Test cricket, however we've played, whatever results have been like, has always been one of our priorities. It's just the conditions we faced on and off the field with COVID and everything else, and the opposition we faced on the field have been really challenging. But certainly in white ball cricket, after the 19 World Cup, we made the choice with 2 T20 World Cups coming up to make that switch to prioritise T20 cricket, to be able to challenge for a T20 World Cup or a World Cup. We knew we wanted to go into it as best in the world. So whereas I think when I came on, we were 3rd in the world in T20 cricket, 3rd or 4th. We got ourselves to number 1 in the world, got in a good position. Our 50 over went from 1st in the world to 2nd in the world, but that was a strategic decision that we didn't have a 50 over World Cup for a few years, focus on T20, and so we're happy with that. And, barring a couple of overs that went wrong in the UAE, we played some really good cricket in that World Cup and could have been double white ball champions. But so in that terms, there's a lot of thought goes into the prioritisation.
Do you think that in England we have this? It's a preoccupation, but do we have too much emphasis on Australia and the Ashes? Or is it right to do that?
It's clearly an emotional series, a very important series. And
you played in one of the best Ashes series of all time in 2005. And,
it has.
I played in 81. Yeah. So, both iconic series
amazing.
in a way.
And huge historical importance. But because of that, they almost become watershed moments. The fallout from the last series, again, we won't go into too much, but generally happens around World Cups and Ashes because they're deemed as the most important thing. There's emotion, there's the history, etc., etc. And now we live in an environment that is just craves 24-hour news, and sometimes there's got to be change. There's something's got to happen, but there is a lot of importance placed in those series. And I think going back to something we talked about just a minute ago, it's becoming more and more difficult. I think in any sport, and cricket, and particularly county cricket, was probably immune from that a few years ago, to set your target about building long term. I've got a 5-year plan. Well, you might not get 5 years. You've got to win next year.
Instant success.
Yeah. And that leads you to making some decisions that maybe you wouldn't in other cases.
That's an interesting point. I mean, the public demands success. Players want success. They're not in the game a long time, are they? They don't want to be necessarily part of a side that's going to win in 5 years because they might not be playing then.
Yeah.
So it's a very difficult balancing act. Having said all that, you put yourself, I think, where you wanted to be. Your aim through your formative years at Warwickshire, then as an England one-day coach, and then with Lancashire and then Warwickshire, you wanted to be at the top of the tree.
Yeah.
You won't have any regrets about that, even though things perhaps haven't worked out quite as well as you would have liked.
Absolutely. I've always set about what, you know, and again, you look at where you come from, your journey in cricket, all the things you've achieved. I look at mine. I still feel very privileged to have worked in the environments I've worked in and do the jobs I've done. And I wanted to work at that level, of course. The last 2 or 3 years have been the most challenging because of some of these circumstances we talked about, particularly with COVID, and challenging not just for me, but for everyone involved in that system, whether it be, you know, the board, chief exec level, the coaches, players, everyone. It's been incredibly challenging, and at the county level as well. But no regrets. I think, you know, I'm sort of 3 months down the line of coming out of that role now. It's I've actually had a nice chance to reflect, and I feel fresher for it. You know, I think there's some challenging times ahead for everyone still, but it's I love cricket. It's, you know, it's an amazing environment to work in, but you know, we'll see what the future has in store.
So, having been at the top of the tree in terms of coaching, director of cricket work,
yeah,
what does the future hold for Ashley Giles? Does he want to try and continue in that? Does he want to move into perhaps another sport, or would you be happy perhaps getting back to grassroots and saying, I'm just a coach now, I'd like to have another go at coaching?
Yeah, well, I think that's the process I'm still going through at the moment, which is great.
Yeah.
You know, I've got some time to do that thinking, but you know, when I reflect, I have done all of those roles. I've been a head coach, I've been a director of cricket, I've been the sort of national selector, I've been a one-day international coach, I've been the more director suit sort of role, and MD. So I have a lot of experience across cricket. Cricket is, well, the world's a massive place. The cricket world's quite small. You know, it's a sort of, it always reminds me of going to Lord's for the test match. You always see the same faces, don't you? The same characters wherever you turn. That's what the cricket world's a bit like. So the moment, you know, I certainly haven't fallen out of love with cricket. As I just said, I love cricket. So it could be cricket, could be going into form management, coaching. I'm pretty much open at the moment, but you know, I'm also open to looking outside the box and working across sports, across countries, because ultimately the things we work with, Walt, are, you know, the fundamental thing is good people, structures, strategy. But I think the people thing's the most important thing. You get the right people around you, you've got a chance.
Ashley, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to chat to you for half an hour or so. We could probably have gone on for hours and hours and hours, but I'm glad to see you have come out of your England experience okay, and you're looking refreshed. And who knows what the future holds.
Thank you very much.
So thanks, Ashley, and we'll see you again soon on Beyond the Boundary.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's not devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Certain bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of being there, as I've done over the last year. So many mistakes. They're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That's ball. Catch. Throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's played with what a moment.
Well, the real suspect came from Hagen's Fairbrother.
Fine chance, 2 runs and the winning hit. On come the crowd. It's been a really wonderful game of cricket. That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. It's shot by Sol. It's into...
Welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary with myself, Paul Allett, and today I'm delighted to have the greatest left-arm quick bowler in the history of the game alongside me. Played for Lancashire for 10 years, has become an adopted Lancashirian and had a wonderful international career with Pakistan. Wasim Akram, welcome along.
Thank you, Alt.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Does it still feel a little bit special when you come back
Of course it does.
to Manchester?
When I was parking my car, so a lot of memories came rushing back. The playing days, obviously the ground has changed a lot for better. But yeah, every time I come here, last time I was there about 3 years ago, when there was a COVID test, so we were in a bubble in the hotel. But over and all, playing for Lancashire has been the highlight of my cricketing career. You know, I'm writing my book, it's almost ready, it'll be out in November.
Okay.
So a lot of positive stuff of Lancashire. For me, playing for Pakistan and coming to Lancashire was like a little oasis. Everything was comfortable, you guys just played cricket. And we had 3 senior players, Paul Allett, Michael Watkinson, and Graham Fowler. They used to make fun of all the junior players.
It was a tough school at times, I agree.
It was.
But it's great that you hold Lancashire in such reverence and such esteem. But tell us a little bit about how you came to come to Lancashire in the first place, because you were a very raw international cricketer in the late 80s and 88.
Yeah.
You hadn't much experience of Western culture.
None.
I don't think you had much experience of playing over here at all, had you?
Not at all. I think in 86, the great Imran sent me to play league cricket up north in Durham.
Okay.
I played for a club called Burnup Field.
Yes.
Boundary was about 25 yards one side. And it was tough for me, you know, as a kid from Pakistan coming to this weather and this country. But the idea was 87 we were touring. So just get the idea how the wickets work, how the weather works. So I enjoyed it. We used to end up every night at that nightclub on, you know, on the Newcastle River. On
the Tyne, the River Tyne?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I bet, and the fog on the Tyne was all yours.
And then, yes, coming back to your question, 87, I think, or 88, 87, we were playing in Sharjah.
Yeah.
And Neil Fairbrother was playing for England. He got picked up. And Laurie Brown, a physio, great guy, one of the best physios I worked with, great human being too. They got hold of me there. They said, would you like to play for Lancashire? And remember those days, Lancashire, county cricket was, you got to be #1 player in the world. Only one overseas was allowed to play in playing 11 and you can only register 2.
That's right.
So I thought they were talking about Lancashire League. I said, yeah, sure, I'm ready for Lancashire League. They said, no, county. I said, really? So yeah, that was my first experience that I found out.
And you knew nothing about county cricket, presumably?
No idea. None.
Nothing about it?
Nothing about county cricket. I only read about it in Urdu magazines, cricketing Urdu magazines, that's how it works. But when I arrived here, I remember in 1988, but before that in 87, there was a test match here at Old Trafford. And our chairman, Bob Bennett at the time, Lancashire, a think tank, they got my family here.
Yeah.
For my birthday surprise. They called everyone, my 2 brothers, my younger sister, my dad and mom, to celebrate my birthday here. I think it was on 4th of June, if I remember correctly. But that was the first experience of me of, you know, Lancastrian hospitality.
So the club embraced you right from the word go, and you in turn embraced the club. It was actually David Hughes and Alan Ormrod who were running the cricket department at the time, and they must have been the 2 that instigated your first appearances for
Yes, probably. And I remember both of them, David Hughes, Yoza and Alan, has been a great influence early on as a 20-year-old kid coming from a different culture altogether and mixing up with, you know, Western culture, and they really helped me a lot. Remember the first time we met, we was a Forte Post House in Nottingham.
Yes.
That hotel on the 1st floor.
Yes.
And Alan told me to come to team meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, day before the game. I said, okay. He said, it's in the bar. Okay, I said, that's different. I come from
you're not a drinking culture.
Exactly. But again, you guys, the minute I arrived, walked into that wine at the bar, you guys all shook hand and said, welcome to Lancashire. So that gave me a bit of confidence. And remember, the next day there was a game against Nottingham, and I was sitting in the corner right somewhere, because huge seniors, I don't know if it still happens or not, the senior players, they have their certain spots in each dressing room and they go and sit there. So you as a junior, you have to wait that everybody is comfortable, then you pick up your spot, if you get a spot.
I remember wandering into a dressing room and somebody, it probably wasn't you, was sitting in where I normally change. I said, listen, I've been changing for 15 years.
I think it was me.
Well, I would let you off.
But that's a good culture, though.
Yeah, I suppose it is in a way, although it might be a bit outmoded now.
Yeah, no, probably.
Now then, your rise and appearance in cricket was quite extraordinary because you played very little first-class cricket, if any, in Pakistan.
None.
And you turned up and bowled at the nets.
It was a camp
of a Pakistan camp.
It was a camp for 100 kids, young kids, and I did, well for my club, Ludhiana Gymkhana in Pakistan. So they, said this guy is good. So my name was in that in particular camp. And I remember first 4 days, there were 100 kids, and including Ramesh Raja, who played a test cricket by then, one test, and Mohsin Kamal, another test cricketer, and top first-class performers were there as well. So nobody gave me the cricket ball to bowl, so I got a bit down, depressed. So I went back to my captain in the club, Sadiq Khan. I said, look, there's no point in me going. I've been standing there for 4 days. He said, no, you go tomorrow. I'll have a word with the camp commandant, and he'll give you the ball. So the next day, 3-4 batters to go. He gave me the old ball. I impressed him for some odd reason. Agha Saadat Ali, another late test cricketer. And then the next day, he gave me the new cherry. And you see, I used to bowl big in-swingers then. And I troubled almost everyone.
In-swingers to the right-hander?
To the right-hander.
Good ball from left arm quick. Good ball.
Yeah, so, I impressed everyone there. And then Javed Miandad was the captain of Pakistan squad. So he came to practice. So Gaddafi Stadium is a huge ground. So one side was our camp and his net was the other side. So he wanted some bowlers. So the camp commander said, you want to bowl at Javed Miandad? I said, what? Javed Miandad? I had a poster of him in my room. I would love to.
Well, one of the best Pakistan batsmen ever.
Ever.
And one of the best in the world.
In the world. So I went to bowl at him for a couple of days and he got impressed by me, and then New Zealand was touring Pakistan. And suddenly my name came in to play against New Zealand team. First 3-day game, President 11 versus the New Zealand side in Rawalpindi. I was over the moon, so was my family. Javed Miandad, Sarfaraz Nawaz, Tahir Nakash, all these tests, Ramesh Raja, Salim Malik, all these guys were in the squad. And Javed dropped, I think, Tahir Nakash or Sarfaraz to have me in playing 11. That was my first-class game.
How on earth did you feel playing international cricket from straight out of club cricket? How on earth? Because that would it would cause issues for an awful lot of guys when you were 17, 18? I
was 17.
17.
Yeah, 18.
So how did you feel?
I think
probably too young to even bother about it.
I was too young to even bother about it. Absolutely spot on. It was blessing in disguise. I didn't know probably half the team of New Zealand. I knew Martin Crowe, Jeff Crowe, Jeff Harwood, John Reid, Jeremy Coney, the big names there, cricketing.
And they were a good team.
Great team at the time.
Yeah.
So I got 7 for 50 in first innings. I don't know how. And second inning, 2 for 50. I was just running in and ball, and I didn't know at the reverse swing at the time, but it was just happening.
I know how.
How?
Because you're a good bowler. But I mean, were you quick? And presumably you were raw then, as you say.
Raw.
You say I don't know how, but you did swing the ball. You swung the new ball, and you had this. You had this very quick arm.
Pindi wicket was like a road. You know how Pakistani flat,
no bounce,
no grass, no bounce. But I've got. I think before lunch I got John Wright caught in second slip, and then from there onwards, just everybody walked in. I would just start bowling full, and everybody was getting leg before bowled. So yeah, I think I was too young and naive. It was blessing in disguise that I didn't know who the players were.
And you didn't have time to worry about it, presumably. So what about your development then? Because you're set into the world stage straight away.
Yeah.
And you've got this natural raw talent. Were you allowed just to carry on doing that, or was there some pressure on you to change what you were doing?
Oh, there was no pressure. I had very good mentors in Javed Miandad, and then Mudassar Nazar, who still lives in Manchester.
He does, yeah.
Well-travelled person in Jah. Well-travelled, who also helped me off the field. And then That was on New Zealand tour. And then Imran was joining us. He was playing for New South Wales. So he was joining us. We were meant to tour to go to tour to Australia for Mini World Cup in 1985, where India, I think, won eventually. India, Pakistan went the finals. So I played, I think my first game was against Windies or against Australia. And I got 5 for 21, first top 5 wickets. Again, just bowling full, no control of the swing. That I learned eventually. But in the beginning, just come and bowl and hit the right areas, and that's what I did. And Imran was standing at mid-on, telling me on every delivery what to do. So that, as a young kid, was a huge confidence. My hero was telling me what to do, and I listened to everything he wanted me to do. And I think that's how I sort of got into the groove of Test cricket.
Was Imran a good teacher, a good mentor? Did he allow you to develop naturally,
Yes.
or was he dictatorial?
No, he was very easy, whatever I'm comfortable with. But he always wanted me to work hard when I was 17, 18. Those were the trades I've learned from him, Miadat, Mudassar, that, talent can stay for 2-3 years, and the hard work can prolong that talent for another, say, 20 years, 15 years. And I think that's where I have to come back to Lancashire. When I played in 88, I remember getting my first 100 here, first class 100. And in 89, I became the #1 player in the world. That 6 months of county cricket, playing with you guys day in, day out, travelling. And you guys were very helpful. You were helpful as a bowler, our captain, Yoza.
I don't know. It's probably the best compliment that anybody's ever paid me, for you to say that I helped you with your bowling. But I'm flattered. I do remember giving you a real kick up the backside once when you came off because you said your nose was running and you didn't feel very well.
Yeah,
Tunbridge Wells, do you remember?
Yes, I remember. I remember that game as well, Tunbridge Wales. Don't want to play there anymore.
No.
I never liked it there.
So I said, come on, this is hard work. Bowling is hard work.
Yeah, I remember.
So you have to bowl even though you might not be feeling great, you might not be bowling great. So that might have been a lesson.
Probably. I think tough love sometimes works.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you did that. It helped me. And you see, the whole team was behind me, the captain, the club.
Yeah.
I remember they would put me in this hotel. It's still there or not? Trafford Hotel?
Down the road.
Down the road.
Well, Bob Bennett the chairman used to stay there.
Yeah, so they gave me a room.
I don't think it's still there now.
Nah.
But it was all right at the time.
It was okay. So we went to play away games. We were away for about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I came back. They checked me out. I couldn't find my clothes. I said, where are my clothes? They said, we checked you out. I thought you were not coming back. So we had some great stories. But again, when I bought my place here at the time, I remember I must give compliment to this Pakistani Sufi Sadiq. He's still around. Accountant. He says, I'll help you with your accounts and all. I said, ask Lancashire. He said, will you buy a house? I said, buy a house? I'm 20 years old. I have no money. What do you mean buy a house? He said, get a mortgage. I said, what's mortgage? Then he explained, you have 6-year contract. So Lancashire gave me a 6-year contract. First time any overseas player got such a long contract.
Yeah.
So that shows the shrewdness of the skipper, Yoza, and of course Alan, that they realized this guy can actually...
Well, those were the golden days of county cricket being able to sign overseas players long term, because now, of course, there's so much cricket you
can sign somebody for 2 weeks.
But you were available for us virtually all the time, except when Pakistan were touring England.
Yeah, and because cricket was not all year round. It was only Pakistan season from September, October onwards till March.
That's right.
And then county started from April onwards till August, September.
Okay, so county cricket was essential in your formative years.
Yes.
Because you're such a pioneer and because you are one of the best bowlers there's ever been, with the record, you've got over 900 international wickets across one-day internationals and test matches, over 400 in test matches, over 500 in one-day internationals. It wasn't all about just running in and bowling fast. You pioneered the ability to reverse swing the ball, which is now.
And if you remember,
I wouldn't say it's commonplace, but it's a fundamental part of the modern game.
Yeah, it really is. Now it's called reverse swing. It used to be ball tampering then, if you remember.
Well, so they said. But you used to throw me the ball when you were bowling at the other end. I couldn't swing it.
Yeah. You used to bowl without swing, and suddenly the ball is going towards the next side.
A little bit.
And then eventually you got the hang of it. You said, okay, if it's going in, I'm going to just pitch outside off stump. And I remember the first year when there used to be rain, I used to take Gehan Mendes
Yes.
at nets.
Yes.
And you got me, Paul got me on the side, said, Vaz, listen, I know you're young, there's 6 months to go.
Yeah.
So just take it easy.
Because you used to roar in, didn't you, in the
Yeah.
nets? Nobody wanted to face you in the nets because you were unplayable.
But I think nowadays, obviously, mindset has changed. The more you bowl, you know, a lot of youngsters ask me, how should I increase my pace? What to do? It's a very simple answer. The more you bowl, the quicker you'll become, because your bowling muscle gets strong. And bowling muscle is not just one particular muscle, it's everything in your body. And I think nowadays you bowl 8 deliveries and say 12 deliveries, say, okay, I'm done. Okay, thank you very much. So probably cricket is too much, but mindset has changed over the years, sure.
But reverse swing didn't just happen.
No,
you must have developed this in line with Waqar probably.
Waqar came a little later.
Imran was the one.
Mudassar and Imran.
Yeah.
They were the one who actually taught me how to reverse swing.
And I remember you being absolutely paranoid about keeping the ball dry when we were out there.
The rough side.
Just keep it dry.
Keep it dry.
Don't
Do not
spit
shine.
on it. Don't put sweat on it.
Especially the rough side.
Yeah.
And I remember our spinner, very good spinner, Gary Yates.
Yes.
He used to bowl like this.
Yes, he did.
And I had to go at him 3-4 times. I said, you better change your habit, buddy. Because the rough side, if it gets soft, then it won't reverse. The rough side has to be rough and shiny side has to be shiny.
And we had at Lancashire, we had a wonderful 10 years when you were 88
incredible.
to 98. We won all those one-day games. And you were actually constant in that team, but there were actually two teams because the old guard, like myself, Graham Fowler, Guillaume Mendes, moved on in about 91, 92.
Yes.
And then you had another crop of lads with the Athertons and the Fairbrother was there as well. Crawley.
Peter Marin came in.
Chappell,
Peter Martin came in. Chappie came in a little later. Then Bumble, Junior Bumble. Ian Austin, the great man.
Yeah.
What a performer he had been for Lancashire in shorter format.
Who was the guys that stuck out most for you in Lancashire? Who were the guys that you really either admired or got on with or whatever?
I mean, you guys were seniors. I had always admired you as a senior players. But of course, Harvey Neil Fairbrother is a very good friend of mine. Still, we are in touch. Ian Austin I was very close to. Yeah. I believe he's got a bar now in wherever he's living. Beautiful wine bar.
I think he has.
Yeah, and he's a granddad.
He is, and he sells beer as well.
Oh,
on top
brilliant.
Of that, which he was always destined to do.
Destined to do, absolutely. No, but everyone, I mean, it's difficult to name any, but everyone was so helpful.
Yeah.
And it was fun for me to coming to Lancashire. It was like coming back home, no political thing, no politics in cricket. You come, you play, you go home, you have a good laugh, and the next day you start again.
You said earlier on, right at the start of this was your happiest time.
Yeah.
When you were here, when you were playing here, you probably felt the pressure was off a little bit and you enjoyed playing in county cricket. But surely winning the World Cup in '92 must have been the pinnacle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think for every sportsman is basically idea is to represent your country's team in a World Cup and then winning it. And then, of course, being man of the match. And that too against the mighty England side at the time. They were the most experienced team in the world as far as one-day cricket concerned. But yeah, that was one of the best moments. In fact, the best moment of my life.
What did it feel like? Because there was this aura about you. I remember standing next to Warren Hegg at Slip. Warren was
his name.
Warren keeping wicket to you, and he must have been one of the best keepers you ever bowled.
Absolutely.
I can't remember him dropping a catch off you.
No,
and
very rare.
You bowled 90 miles an hour and swung it and hooped it round.
He was
corners.
one of the best keepers I think who kept on my bowling. He was phenomenal and a great guy as well off the field.
Yeah,
still, he's very helpful, very easygoing, hard worker.
But getting back to you, you had this aura about you, and I know, standing at Slip, 20 yards back, watching you run in, there was a fear and a trepidation in the batsmen facing you because they didn't know whether you were going to hit them on the toe or on the nose.
On the nose. I think that's what I've learned in county cricket. That's why the experience matters. Playing under different condition matters, and every ground is different in England. Weather is always nice. It's not, I mean, if it's 26 degrees in England, you say it's a heat wave. No, it's not. Heat wave is in Pakistan. Right now it's 41 degrees. Yeah. So that also helped. And remember, we used to have a playing deck as well. And the next deck, next pitch, each side used to be dry as well without the grass. that boys can throw one bounce as well because the reverse swing. So that helped a lot as well. I think even in my book is coming out in November, the Lancashire stories are quite funny and memorable and happy times.
Brian Lara, Ricky Ponting and Viv Richards have all gone on record to say that you were the best bowler they ever faced.
Wow.
That's pretty serious.
That's huge, coming from the greats of the game. And I think it was because of my quick arm action maybe. And
you were very difficult to pick up.
Yeah.
You had this scampering run.
And I learned,
quick run.
And I learned things as well. I was the only left-hander who went around the wicket, if you remember.
Well, you started this.
Yeah, I started this trend.
You did.
And I used to run. from behind the umpire. I said, why not?
And then leap out.
Yeah, nowadays I see bowlers, even T20 format, they're getting hammered every ball. They don't change anything.
No.
So as a bowler, what's my job is to create a doubt in batsman's mind. If things are not going well, just have your run up diagonal. Just bowl the same delivery you want to, but do something different.
But you were capable of bowling round the wicket and swinging the ball away from the right hand.
Yeah.
Very difficult thing to do as a left-arm bowler.
I think both of these guys. Yeah, I mean nowadays Shaheen Afridi.
Yes.
And then Mitchell Starc.
Yes.
Trent Bolt.
Yes, yes.
These
you were
guys
the
are very
pioneer.
good. Yeah, I started bowling around the wicket, different angle altogether. And as a right-hander batsman, if I'm bowling around the wicket, if you're batting, you have to, with the angle, you think ball's going to come in.
Yeah.
And if it just goes across a bit, every chance to take an edge.
Waz, we could talk for hours, and hopefully you'll come back and we'll do part 2 of this at some point. But just before we go, I talked about the batters who said you were the best. Who was the hardest batsman to bowl at?
You see, I played against great Viv Richards, Brian Lara, Sachin Tendulkar, Alan Border, Graham Gooch, Mike Gatting, Alex Stewart. These are the big names. But I think one of the best was who played against me and Bakar against reverse swing was Martin Crowe. He always played us on a front foot. At 93 series, he got 200 out of 3 test matches. Pakistan won 3-0. I got 16 wickets in 2 games. I got injured. Bakar got 30 wickets in 3 test matches. And he got 200s. And I think in England, who really played both of us well with the new ball was Alex Stewart. Because he realized I have to attack. I can't just block and wait for the semi-new ball. By the time it'll be too late. So yeah, he was also quite difficult, especially. And in one-day cricket, I suppose Brian Lara and all these guys were there, but Gilchrist was the most difficult, especially when there were no bounces.
Waz, it's been fantastic to talk to you. And I hope that you'll come back and talk to us again. You're going to keep coming back to Emirates Old Trafford? And
Absolutely, any time. I mean, I'm 20 minutes away. Every summer I'm here for a month and a half with my family. My boys are 23 and 21, 24 and 21. They were born here in Wythenshawe Hospital. So they love coming here. They have a lot of memories of their mother as well. So yeah, love coming back, enjoying the weather, enjoying my little town, little Altrincham town. Just walk around, Dunham Massey. Just love it.
Beautiful. Well, we love having you back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything that you've done for Lancashire, and keep coming back.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
My guest on this edition of Beyond the Boundary is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket for over 60 years. Started as a player in the 60s, went on to captain the side, play for England, then became an umpire, first-class umpire, coached Lancashire, coached England, and became one of the 21st century's fantastic and best broadcasters. It is David Lloyd. David, it's great to see you. Where did it all begin then?
Well, back in 1965, and it began on the ground, and it's obvious is that, but when you played for Lancashire boys, you played here, which is a great place when you've got the committee and the coaches or whoever who can see the young talent coming on. We played right at the corner, right at the end, next to the pavilion, the old pavilion, and I did all right. So it was North v South, did okay. And then Lancashire versus Yorkshire and Cheshire, and did okay.
It was a fair trek in then when you when you used to start as a junior professional. Felt like it was a fair trek in from Accrington in the 60s.
It were 3 buses for a start. You know, when buses upstairs, it were for smokers. Now I've never smoked in my life. I had the filthy habit. But you always wanted to go upstairs to sniff these blokes smoking these senior service and capstan full strength. And you put your kit bag, if you remember, when you got on the bus, there was like a well. So you put your kit bag in, there was no chance of anybody nicking it. It was always there when you got to Moseley Street. And then I think I caught the 48 bus up to close by the football ground and then had to walk. But I wasn't the only one. There were lots of us came in that same sort of journey.
And you came into a Lancashire environment, and I think, let's be fair, in the early mid-60s, Lancashire weren't in a period of success, but they had some fantastic players. One of the finest bowlers of all time in Brian Statham, for one. Jeff Puller, Ken Higgs, Jack Bond was around.
Do you know, it's an absolute mystery. When you look at the calibre of players, you think there's some wonderful players, but you're dead right, we couldn't bat. We couldn't get runs. And Statham and Higgs got 100 wickets each, and I think we finished second bottom. And it was always... The laws of the game, the structure of the competition was really odd. They kept chopping and changing, and I recall that you had to come out at 65 overs, you had to come out at 100 overs and declare 3-day matches, uncovered pitches. So you're always sort of manufacturing games to fit the 3 days, because inevitably, particularly here, we were losing so much to the weather. You look at Old Trafford now and the drainage, which is state of the art. Back in the 60s, no, it was just natural soil, and if it rained, you'd deluge and puddles everywhere. You just didn't play. And so we were always constantly manufacturing games over a 3-day period on uncovered pitches.
Mm. What about your first impressions then of Brian Statham and Jeff Puller? Brian was captain in the 60s, fantastic bowler, but not perhaps the best captain.
Well, we used to, Tommy Greenuff and I, and sometimes we'd play together. And Tommy used to say, we'll be coming on any time now. I said, how do you know that? He says, because the 48 bus has just gone past. He says, at 5 to 1, we usually come on when that goes past. So, and it's uncanny. That's a number of times that you get that last over before lunch, if the seamers had bowled first up in the morning. But Statham was a wonderful man. He was a fantastic man. And he just led by example, really. Jeff Puller was brilliant. Absolutely magnificent. He's a left-handed opening batter. Here's this kid from Accrington coming in, batting at number 8, showing a bit of promise. And he would know that he's going to elevate, this young kid's going to elevate, and eventually he'd open the batting, which is what I did. But Jeff helped me all the way. He looked after me.
Was cricket your first love? Because you were a good footballer and all?
No, it still isn't my first love. I like horse racing, golf and football. I'm an absolute football fanatic. I love football, particularly lower league football. And I still go and watch whenever I can. York City, I live over York Way now, so we go and watch York City. I'm a season ticket holder there. They're in National League North. And even now, I take my boots with me, thinking I might get a do, because they're not very good. And of course, Accrington Stanley is my club.
But you were synonymous with the resurrection of Accrington Stanley, weren't you?
Yeah, I was a director for a while, and then my mate bought the club. And he pulled me on one side and he said, I've got some bad news. He said, I know you're a director, he said, but I'm sacking all the directors. I don't want any of them. I'm running the show. I said, thank you. It's costing me a fortune, this. Because if one of the players, and this is in the bad old days, if he got subbed and wanted a shower and went and put the shower on, the floodlights went off. So we had to have a new electric system and so on, but we've now got a cracking club.
It's a bit different now. I've read in the papers this week that there's going to be a new champagne bar.
Yeah, it
Not
is
something
brilliant.
that is synonymous with Accrington.
No, I think that'll struggle really. We've got it's a conference centre, which is, I think it's 400 or 450. Hospitality and conference centre, which is bang on. And now we've never had it tarmac. We've got tarmac up there now, which is great when you drive your car in. But your cracking club now, Andy Holt is the owner, the chairman, and he's done a brilliant job.
Let's just come back to Lancashire. And the late 60s, there was a sea change in Lancashire's performances. It was the start of a fantastic era of one-day success. What triggered that?
I think the club had in the 60s, there was this unrest. And then we got a great chairman. I mean, gregarious, right up front, a bloke called Cedric Rhodes. And he shook the place. He absolutely shook it up. And you know, a lot of things you'd say, I didn't like that about Cedric, and I didn't like that about Cedric, but he was here every day, fully hands-on. And he gave the club a real shake. And then Jack Bond took over as captain. When they were scratching their heads, thinking, who should we make captain? Jack
to
was
replace,
in the twos.
Replace Statham.
It'd be to replace Brian Statham.
Yeah.
And I think they advertised in the Telegraph for a captain. That might have been before Brian Statham. But Bondy was playing in the twos. And they give him the job. And I would think that would be short term at the time. But it coincided and corresponded with a lot of young lads coming from club cricket. And you were playing Saturday, Sunday club cricket, league cricket, knockout cricket. We all came together from different areas. Lads from down St Helens, Ken Shuttleworth, lads from up Mosley Way, Staley Bridge, John Sullivan, Harry Pilling, lads from down Lancashire League, myself, latterly Jack Simmons. And it clicked. And suddenly we got a one-day team playing one-day cricket to full houses. And they were glory days, real glory days. When you consider Sunday League, I think you started at 2 o'clock. You've got to finish your first innings at 4:10. Be 16, 20,000 on here. And again, when you do interviews like this, you can recall there were no advertising boards. They didn't have any. They weren't that sort of. It wasn't that sort of club. There'd be half a dozen people would work in the offices. That's it. And so the crowd used to spill onto the pitch with a boundary rope, and the crowd behind the boundary rope, and you could have 4,000 or 5,000 people sat on the ground. And so it was a great atmosphere. I mean, a fortress right on top of you, the crowd.
What was Jack Bond's secret then? Because
man management.
And undoubtedly he had some good players, or some good players who were starting to come to the fore. I'm thinking of Lever and Shuttleworth and Lloyd and Wood. And the overseas players, Clive Lloyd and Farouk Engineer.
Yeah.
But Bondy's big secret, man management.
He got the great name, Bond. That was what he did. He bonded a team together. He was totally unselfish. And if we were in a jam, he'd go in and sort of stick it out, and grind it out. If we were flying, he'd drop down and send John Sullivan or anybody else to give it a whack, Simo and David Hughes. So he was honest, unselfish, and great man management. I mean, he managed me. I could get a bit volatile, and he could manage me, no problem.
You say you were volatile, David, and that stuck with you probably through your career and probably still a little bit in your life now. But you've obviously learned to temper yourself. How much of an influence was Jack Bond on you in your future, not only as a cricketer, but when you became captain and then coach, then an umpire? How much did Jack Bond influence you?
He was a massive influence, and two others at the club were massive influences, Edward Slinger and Bob Bennett. They were great influences, and they knew how to calm me down, how to sort of shut me up a little bit, as did Jack. But Jack must have seen something to push me as captain, because he was going to retire, and he told me that, follow me, watch what I do. And we went on holiday together, actually. And he said that, you know, you'll probably be captain, and you've got to pick things up, and you've got to learn how to step back a bit. I'm a lot better than I used to be. I think I'm all right now. You know, Jack believed in me for a start, but I've got to tell you a funny story. We went, at the end, when he was retiring, he was finishing, and I'm getting wind that I'm going to be captain. We go to Germany on an end-of-season jolly to, I think I'm in Frankfurt or somewhere. And this is an end-of-season jolly to end all end-of-season jollies. And we sort of celebrated every night well into the night. He's made me captain for this next game. So at night time, I thought I've got to get to bed, got to go to bed early. And I start mapping out on bits of paper where fielders should stand and so on. The morning after, we turn up and I was like, captain, here we go, get yourself sorted out. There's only 2 turned up. So we tossed up, well, we'll have a bat. And we batted like, it's 35 over game, batted like, and kept looking, is there anybody else going? And then Harry Pilling and John Sullivan staggered out of a room. Keith Goodwin, he spent it's like an army camp. He spent all day saluting all the soldiers, because he used to be in the army, and waving aeroplanes off, so I couldn't get him to the ground. And we shored up, I think it was me and Edward Slinger, either me and Edward or me and Bob Bennett, who opened the batting and just had to shore things up. And I've got all these bits of paper in my pocket as to where I could put my fielders. I've only got 2.
I don't know. It's not quite like that now. I'll tell you. So that was basically after a very successful period. Lancashire had won the Gillette Cup 3 years on the trot, John Player League twice, and you then became captain in '73, following on from Jack, and were captain relatively young, weren't you? Yeah, what were you, 25, 26?
I might have been 26, 27. And we were just on the wane, you know, just on the cusp, right, you know, just on our sell-by date, if you will. And, you know, you're missing Clive. Clive, if West Indies were here, that's it, gone. And you didn't replace. You didn't say, oh, we'll get somebody else in for 3 or 4 weeks. And so, you know, we lost the kingpin player, lost the number 1. Farouk, God bless him, what a wonderful character within the team, belligerent batsman, brilliant wicket keeper, just coming to the end. And so we did all right, and we continued Gillette Cup success, getting to finals. I think you've done great if you get to finals, particularly at that time in the 70s. If you keep getting to finals, you're doing something right. And during my time, we got to 3.
You won it again in 75.
Won it in 75. In 74, 76, we were just on the wrong end. We played Kent. And I think Alan Knott was man of the match. He got 15. And it was one of them dismal, nasty, horrible days and horrible pitch. And the game didn't happen, really. And we got beat by Northants as well. Although Northants at that time had a really good side. They had a good team.
But Lancashire, let's say since '68, have had various 11s, teams that have been hugely successful in one-day cricket and have only ever won the county championship once. Yeah. Why is that? Why? Is it the glamour of one-day cricket, do you think?
Yeah, partly. In the early days, with uncovered pitches, particularly on this side, and I know you can say, well, Yorkshire were very successful on the east side. The rain comes up here and it drops buckets on Old Trafford, and that definitely hampered us from the players that we had. But I mentioned Cedric Rhodes, and from the club perspective, he would make us fully aware that one-day cricket pays the rent. You know, we're filling the ground every time we play a one-day game, and you're winning. And spectators are clamouring for tickets, sold out every time. So we were under no illusions that one-day cricket was priority at the club. And if you did okay in Championship cricket, good. You know, you did all right. Yeah, you're doing all right. We had, I know we had one year where we were second and pushing to be champions. And we had a rain-curtailed game, final match down at Sussex. And it didn't just happen. And Tony Gregg, I think, were captain at Sussex at the time. And we just didn't push on and finished up 4th. But we had a really good season then. But one-day cricket was the king.
On a personal level, your cricket playing, it's a long time ago now, but it tends to get pushed back into the periphery because you've done so much in the game. But you had an England career which was perhaps too short, just less than 10 games, but you averaged 42 as an opener. Were you frustrated that you didn't play more for England and do better as an individual?
No, I thought I'd run my race, my time were up really. I'd only get into that team if Geoffrey Boycott wasn't around. Dennis Amiss was a fantastic player. John Edrich had opened and had just dropped down. So, you know, these are stellar players. And Boykes, for whatever reason, got injured when I got into the team. So I'm in form. They're looking for an opener. I got in, did all right. And of course I averaged 42, which helps when you got 214 not out in one knock. That done half help, get the average up. And so I went to Australia. I'd never really been out of England. Had a ball. We had a great time, great tour, great opponents, and they beat us 4-1 because they were far better. But I knew at the end of that, you know, once, and I come back with an injury, with a neck injury, which has reared its head like you wouldn't believe in this last 12 months. And I knew that if I wasn't fit and I wasn't in form, they'd look somewhere else, which they did.
Did you think to yourself then that the step up to international level was perhaps, unless you were playing at your very, very best, was just a bit beyond you?
Yeah, I did. You know, when I played here in England against India and Pakistan, I felt, yeah, well at home. Yeah, I'm good enough for this. But when we went to Australia, you come up against Rodney Marsh, who's recently passed away, the Chappells, Thompson and Lilly, Max Walker and Ashley Mallett. You know, that were tough. And they were better than us, which is how it is. If they win 4-1, and we had good players, but they were better than us.
I'm just thinking that you know, your formative experiences coming from Accrington, playing for Lancashire, your time under Jack Bond, your time as a leader for Lancashire, and then your time playing as an opening bat for England, probably set you in really good stead for what you were going to do in future. You went to be an umpire, and then you went to be a coach. Did you have a career path planned?
Definite.
And you really wanted to be, I mean, you were on the verge of becoming an international umpire when you went back into coaching.
Yeah. In my latter stages, so in my early 30s, early to mid 30s, I finished when I was 36. And I always said I wish I'd have finished when I was 32. And I'd gone in to see Chris Hassel when I was 32 and said, look, I'm thinking of calling a day because I want to do this. And he said, we'd like you to carry on. I carried on to 36, which was a mistake. I could have done 2 years, could have done to 34. But there were two things, that coming back from England and realising I'm just going to be a county player, I changed my game. I started being a bit of a dasher, where I was careful, building innings, you know, leave the ball. I started going after it, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. And the other thing that when I was 30s, I took all my coaching badges, which is the best thing I did whilst I was playing. I did all this whilst I was playing, and you know what I'm like. I'm coming back from these coaching winters, which are tough, down at Lillishall. Real tough. And I'm wanting to put all these ideas into play. And Bondy and Sav, just shut up. You just look, you just sit. Well, just sit down. We're not interested. We're not interested. But I got all these badges, and
But you were always a great thinker about the game, a great theorist, and you developed into a wonderful innovator, didn't you? Through your time as Lancashire coach initially.
Love that. First up, I came with David Hughes. Yozza and Alan Ormrod had parted company. I think Alan had gone. Hughes was here, and I came in and looked after the twos. And that was a great time. I enjoyed that. Then Yozza left, and I was elevated to do the job. And so I was in cahoots with the groundsman, a bloke called Peter Marron. Pete Marron, me and him, and we had a dressing room attendant, called Ron Spriggs. So I used to get in here. So we're in the pavilion, all this side. And I wanted an office. I wanted to be away, but, if I want to pull a player, I want to come in here, I want to sit down. And Pete Marron made me an office in the defunct urinals. And so he boarded these urinals up and proper lavish, but blocked them all off, and that was my office. It was brilliant. Right at the back of the pavilion, overlooking the police station and the town hall. And so every morning I'd get in here at 7:30, and Pete Marron and Ron Spriggs would come up and sit with me, with three of us round a table. And it sort of reminds me of like Bill Shankly and the boot room at Liverpool. And Spriggs would make the tea, big pint pots of tea, put them down. And Spriggs would sit down. He said, "Have you seen that lad in the twos?" He said, "He should be in the first team. I don't know how you're not picking him." And so Ron Spriggs thought he was picking the team. But it was, round the dressing room, I think I hit them hard, the players at that time, because I had all these slogans round the dressing room, all, commitment, character, charisma, all over there. And they're coming in and what that. I said, that's what we are. That's what we are. I had a sign also, "This is Old Trafford."
You were ahead of your time in that, though, really, I think, in terms of coaching. I think you innovated that sort of approach. I remember you playing music to the players as well.
Yeah,
to
little bits.
Stir them up or calm them down, whichever.
Yeah, stir them up. But when you say you play music, there were little clips, like a minute and a half. Nothing more than that. And then I got them all to choose their own clip and play that. And so I wanted them to go out. I wanted to run down the steps at Old Trafford and flipping charge onto the field and let everybody know, particularly the Oppo, that we're here for business. That's what we do. And the one thing I said to the lads, I didn't say a lot. I said, we might not be the best batters, we might not be the best bowlers, but we will be the best fielders. We work like stink on fielding and fitness, so that we're just swarming all over them in the field. And that, I always, particularly one-day cricket, I had lads like Gary Yates, Peter Martin, young Glenn Chappell, Ian Austin, my lad Graham, Neil Fairbrother, Crawley, Atherton, Gallion, name them all.
Fantastic team, that.
Brilliant team. I said, in one-day game, you switched on. I said, there'll be one moment that we have to win. It's that moment of magic, that when somebody picks the ball up and runs him out. And I'll never forget, played Yorkshire on here, big game. Darren Lehman. He's probably the best overseas player they've had. And I said, we run him out. He's got a bit of weight, look at him, tubby. He's a bit tubby. I said, we run him out. I said, he'll want to get to the other end. We run him out. I said, if he's on strike, ball 5-6, tighten up, infield, tighten it up. We're running him out. Forget the other geezer, run him out. And it was our Graham. It was rapid. Graham was right. You wouldn't think
low
so.
To the ground as well.
He was low to the ground, and he picked, and I'm on that balcony there, across the other side, and as soon as he's pushed, he's sort of back foot, which he's got another yard to make up, because he's on the back. He's pushed it, and Graham's moved round at cover like slow motion, and I've got hold of the edge of the and run him out, and he hit the stumps full on, and he would get no DR, none of that business, and we'll go to the umpire upstairs. And the square leg umpire give him out. And I'm jumping about on the balcony.
You had a very talented team. I don't think there's ever been a good coach of a bad side, has there?
No.
But let's forget that.
Yeah.
You were a good coach of a good team.
We forgot a bloke called Akram.
Oh yeah, he was quite good. Yeah, well there you go. If you have him, you've got two players in one, and one of the best ever, haven't you?
Well, I get asked every time. I get asked, "What's your best World 11 that you've seen?" So I start at number 8. I just put Akram, and at number 9 I put Warren, and then build the rest of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's just break off. Shane Warne recently died in tragic circumstances. For me, he was the best spin bowler I've ever seen, and one of the top 3 cricketers I've ever seen.
And a great bloke.
Top bloke.
Fantastic bloke.
Kind.
Yeah, very, very generous.
Yeah.
Great mate. I'll tell you how good a mate he is from the other end of the world. If you're in adversity, he'll ring you. He'll just give you a call. And so that was a tragedy, but he lived life to the full. Sleeping was a damn nuisance. And so the whole cricket world will miss him. And there's been some great players. There's been some of the greatest players haven't been the nicest people. This bloke was top drawer.
And you were always a great admirer of spin bowling as well, and spin bowlers. Would he be the best you've seen?
Yeah, he is. Murali.
Yeah, well,
he's right up there.
Yeah.
And when you talk about spin ball, he's talking spin. Rip it, make it go both ways, which both of them lads could do. And so he championed the game, did Shane Warne. Not just resting back and, you know, I'm a great bowler, look at me, I'm brilliant. He championed the game of cricket, he cared.
He'd control the game as well, wouldn't he?
Oh, aye.
He would come under his spell, whether you were on his side or more importantly, if you were against him.
He'd make damn sure that him at the other end is playing me, not the ball. He used to, I mean, when I was in England, when we'd play against him, I'd say, don't play him, play the ball. He'll be right into you, which he was. He loved that aspect of it. Just a stare and a chip and a bit of something.
And a hugely perceptive commentator in
brilliant.
Later
Absolutely brilliant. Well. Big regret that he didn't become Australia captain. He couldn't become Australia captain, but you know, he had a very colourful life, and he will be sorely missed.
Okay, back to you. Back to your coaching, which you did with considerable success for Lancashire. It wasn't long before you were recognised by the England hierarchy and appointed England coach. That must have been a fantastic time of your life.
It was, with Atherton as captain. You know, that was a good combo. And Raymond Illingworth was doing the whole job, if you remember. He was Supremo. But Illy was great. You know, when I came in and took over that side of things, of sort of preparing the team. So let's look at that time in the late 90s. The coach, I would expect him
sorry to interrupt, but it's not a bad blueprint for where we are now with English cricket, the way it was then. Because we're basically rudderless at the moment, I think.
Yeah.
But anyway, go back to you.
Yeah, so Illy was doing everything. I came in to prepare the team. That's how it was. I always looked at, if I have to tell this bloke who's opening the batting for England how to hold the bat, there's something wrong. But you prepare them to play, and you're giving them knowledge, strengths and weaknesses of the opposition. We had monitors and VHS videos, all that sort of thing of this is how he plays, these are his vulnerable points, this is you doing brilliantly, by the way. Put little clips on, and that worked, and that was different. Nobody else was doing it. Nobody was doing that sort of thing. But the main thing for me would be to prepare the team and then hand it over to Michael Atherton or Alex Stewart.
The captain.
Because he's running the show then. There's nothing you can do over 5 days.
Were you not helped tremendously by the fact there was an influential, stable individual who was in charge of the ECB at the time? And that was Ian McLaurin. Yeah,
McLaurin was good. And he came in, and you could tell from his big business and Tesco's and chairman that he was a bit taken aback. And he had to... What, by the
Was there an amateurish nature?
Yeah, that's exactly
without
it.
being unkind?
Yeah, it needed to.
But you tried to bring it into the professional area. You've already said we did video analysis.
Yeah.
We prepared the play. We didn't coach them. We weren't technical with them.
No, but we had technical people, like as they do now. We had a bowling coach, batting coach, wicket-keeping coach who would work with the players. So if I'm head coach, I'm sort of preparing everything and organising everything, and then it's over to the captain who's not had to do anything with that. That's your job now, the team. You work the team tactically. You can't start, as I did with Winker, start shouting, move him round there. Atherton, Stewart, or whoever, captain's the side. No, if you don't like the captain, change him. But that's the way that it was.
But weren't you, in conjunction with Ian McLaurin, instrumental in bringing in central contracts?
No, I wanted to.
You wanted
behind the scenes, it were always central contracts, but there was no money. They didn't have the money. And then there became a big sea change in the year 2000 when broadcast deals started up. And that's when England got on a level footing with the rest of the world with central contracts. Whereas players were, it's not just to play for England is an icing on the cake. Playing for England is your job. That's what you do for a living. And that's where you get your money. And now, fabulously, they're well paid. Cricketers are pretty well paid.
Who do you have, Anderson or Statham?
Oh,
To Lancashire.
jeez. Well, number one, I'd say I want both of them for a kick-off. Anderson or Statham. Uncovered pitches. Anderson or Statham.
You can't pick, can you?
You can't.
Really,
You
between
can't.
them? I mean,
Do you know?
I know
think
Jimmy's career in numbers is far superior to Brian's.
Yeah.
But
in Test match numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, not in career numbers. Brian got 2,500 wickets.
Yeah. But about the same pace. About 85, lively enough, deadly accurate. Statham, in uncovered pitches, used to knock a little channel out. We're not talking about pitches with loam and clay, just the soil of the area. He'd knock a little strip out because of the accuracy.
The size of a dinner mat, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah, and Jim's the same. Yeah, it's that God-given talent that they bowl that length that is so awkward for any batter. There's a magic length. It's a span of about that.
It's the length that says to the batsman, do you play forward
or do I play back? And by the time you've made your mind up, you've nicked it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's simple, but so hard to do.
Yeah.
Don't mind you not being definitive on that, that's fine. You've been in the game, as I said earlier, and we'll come to the end of this shortly, in best part of 60 years, in all your guises. And your broadcasting and your speaking has sort of sat in the background for a lot of it, and obviously not in the last 20 years, but you'll have seen an inordinate number of cricketers. And I'll put you on the spot now. I want you to tell me who you think is the best player you've seen who played for England for a start.
Kevin Peterson.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, number one, Kevin Peterson.
Because he could just bend everybody to his will and
do extraordinary things. And from the job that we did, he got you on the edge of your seat. You know, powerful, big, tall, commanding. Reminded me a lot of Ted Dexter. Same sort of build and had a presence. And Peter, I don't know Peterson. I don't know Kevin Peterson at all, really. Just say hello to him. But as an England player, he was my number one. Graham Gooch, brave, thorough, dedicated. Geoffrey Boycott, get past that. You get past that flipping lot. And I've had that many up and downers with him. Oh, with Lancashire, Yorkshire like that.
Yeah.
But I still class him as one of my best mates. Yeah. You're talking nonsense. I don't talk as much nonsense as you.
He's an awkward zone. So,
oh, dear me.
But fanatical about the game, and does he ever talk sense about it?
Yeah. Yeah, well, he doesn't now because he's gone.
Yeah.
Must be crackers.
Anyway. Okay, Peterson the best played for England, in general, any country. Give me a player.
Batter?
Yeah, whatever.
Me three, I could qualify this and say the three favourite players are all West Indians.
Good.
Gary Sobers, Viv Richards, Brian Lara. Them three.
All left-handed batters as well.
Great players. Ricky Ponting. And there's the big debate that we can do it here in Lancashire's dressing room. You try and have this debate in Mumbai. Who's the best player, Sachin Tendulkar or Virat Kohli? Now, I've seen them both, I've worked on them both. Both unbelievably talented. And I've only got one place in my team. I've got one place at number 4, number 5, wherever. Who am I going to pick? Virat Kohli. Now, I've just alienated a country. They've got, but I'd have Virat Kohli, a real battler. I like that type of player. Another of my favourite players, Javed Miandad. A real battler. I get stuck in. Another of my favourite player. Now, I wanted to tell you.
No.
I wanted to tell you.
Tell me.
So, my favourite and all time, we've all talked batters there. Yes. Wasim Akram.
I was going to say,
Akram.
You've left Akram out.
Well, Akram, every time.
Yeah, I think
and his mate, Wakar.
He was
great
phenomenal,
man.
Akram.
Wakar, brilliant man. The pair of them together.
Yeah.
Wasim and Wakar.
Yeah. Okay, just before we say ta-ra, you've done everything in the game. I don't think there's anything you haven't done. Probably professionally scored the game, but that's by the by. Notching, yeah. So playing, captaining, coaching, umpiring, broadcasting, which element of your varied career have you enjoyed the most?
Well, at 75 years of age, broadcasting, although at the minute I'm out of work worldwide.
Won't be for long.
But, well, there's no better than playing, is there? Yeah. I loved umpiring. My lad umpires, my eldest lad, and I just said to him, don't take it too seriously. Don't take it. I said, because we've all been players and we're never out. Batters are never out, never. In this changing room, Livy comes up to me.
Well, he's never out, Livy.
Well, he comes up to me, and he's a flipping handy lad. Yeah. He can look after himself, Livingston. Yeah. He said, can you tell that lad of yours that you can't be out LBW if you hit on the pad playing a shot and you're outside the line of the stumps. And how quick as I didn't miss a beat, I was straight back at him. I said, you mean to tell me you've been hit on the leg out there? It's the flattest thing I've ever... You've been hit on the leg? I said, you should be able to bat out there without pads. I said, no excuse for getting... I'd have given you out just for getting hit on the leg, and walked off, and he looked at me.
David, thank you very much indeed. 75 now and still going strong. Keep going forever.
So I'm afraid the news here from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club is that play has been abandoned for the day. No play possible on this second day. Unfortunately, the rain just hasn't stopped. It's just been kind of drizzling for most of the day. It's not been particularly heavy at all, but it's enough where you can't really get out there and play. There's been a couple of occasions where the umpires have been out there and have inspected, and the ground staff have removed the sheets and have pushed the covers off, and then we've had a bit of rain swirling round, but despite the, as ever, magnificent efforts of the ground staff, both from Lancashire and from Southport and Birkdale. The scene there, I think that's Dave, isn't it, on his blotter, going back and forth. I'm afraid the weather has won, so no play possible on this second day. Lancashire will resume, all being well, tomorrow, and some better weather on 344 for 8, with Keaton Jennings on 183 and Nathan Lyon on 8 not out. So no play on the second day. We hope for better news tomorrow. There is a sad sight, isn't it, when you're seeing the blotter squirting out its water, having done its work on the covers. Right, sorry, no cricket today on day 2. There is a degree of optimism for tomorrow. The forecast isn't 100% great, but it's better than it was for today. It was always pretty consistent that it would be rainy today. It's slightly mixed tomorrow, but hopefully we get some cricket. It's a shame for the spectators who have been waiting patiently inside the ground for some kind of play, but not to be today. We will keep our fingers crossed for tomorrow. We'll catch you from just before 11 o'clock.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the Giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mestoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Mestoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.